Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. It is week 4 of 5 for our coverage of Inviting Gold for Module 33 of Neverwinter Online. I pretty much said most of my bits for the within the first 3 weeks. We are truncating our schedule further to half the time. And checking the Discord, it seems like the discontent in discourse is relatively the same. Another week passed, another patch came out, like a set of patches, and a bunch of things were implemented and a bunch of things didn't. And it seems like a lot of it, at the moment, there's some increased traffic on the balancing of things or making things easier or harder. And there's usually like 2 really big groups. One, everything is too easy, which oftentimes it comes from the perspective of what are normal players. And typically the people who think that the content is too easy and it doesn't need to be nerfed or reduced because they need to come up with harder things, the normal players are all the legacy players. And then there's the alternative, the other gap, because there's a huge gap between the 2 sets of normal players, which is based on confirmation bias. So the other normal player are those who are coming back or returning players or new players where the content is inaccessible or like unrewarding and progressively not a smooth transition or bridge between the 2, right? And those are the normal players as well, technically, in their own right. Now, which one is the majority? The vast majority is typically, when you take normal, it's represented by the majority. So the majority fits the former more than the latter, which is, it's not necessarily about the new players and the returning players. It's about the players who think that everything is too easy. There's no need. You need to make the content harder and whatnot. And at the same time, they're in contrast with each other. The ones who think, oh, this is boring, all the content is too easy, and then they are thinking about needing new loot and whatnot. Those people providing those feedback are also effectively suggesting feedback that prevents the other group from growing, which is attracting new players and returning players, because it becomes more and more inaccessible. So what do you do in the reverse if you're talking about returning players and new players, right? And they're saying, oh, you should make it more accessible. But if you make the stuff more accessible, then the older players, the legacy players, will represent the majority of the players, will think it's too easy and they're spending too much time trying to make things more accessible, lazier, and less rewarding. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Generally speaking, there are technically solutions between both of these, and it works in a lot of other games, especially games that I play. It'll be curious to see what their solutions are. I don't really particularly lean either direction. If I really want to play the too easy content, then I'll play the too easy content. If I want if there are content too hard, if I really want it, you could make it work, right? There is no denying that both of these perspectives exist in this game. The idea is there's technically no clear transparency or vision on whether which is important to them, and it's communicated in that way. It, in my opinion, is consistently half measures. And with all that said, the discontent is still universal between whatever you consider as normal players, both the legacy players and new and registered players. One thing that they, like nearly everyone, agree on is that the current leadership or the current designing choice is there's no respect for time. Time is incredibly disrespectful. Whether the content is too easy, too hard, etc., that is exacerbated by the lack of regulation and fair time allocation for acquiring whatever it is that is too easy to acquire or too hard to acquire, which is time. The playtime is astronomical, and that's still the random discontent. There is acknowledgement that the bridge doesn't exist and the gap is bigger. Mid players, like newish players versus old players, the gap just keeps increasing, which is unapologetic in its way, because those who have the most voice are those who think everything is too easy, and then those who don't have a voice, who are kind of a focus of business practices, that can alienate the too easy category. So that's kind of one of those things. Value of time is definitely universally agreed. The gap between accessibility for new and returning players versus end game players, so like middle game players and end game players, that gap continues to increase. That is universal. It doesn't matter if you think it's easy or not, or too easy, the gap is still widening, right? So there's no bridge between those two, creating the dichotomy, the polarizing divisiveness of anything Cryptic does. And then the loot cycle, unreasonable, especially in the recent set of modules. It kept escalating to the point it's crossed the line, right? That's universal. And then there's also the universal of like balancing. That's a typical, in my opinion, BIS nature quality consequence of the Neverwinter system. BIS is not something that is inherently the center point of like other live service games. It's typically whatever is horizontally invested. You collect, you invest, your account value feels like it goes up. This one, there's a churning. You're constantly replacing and rehashing and iterating, and that is fatiguing both anyone at the moment, on top of the disagreeable rates of acquisition. So that's kind of those universal stuff at the moment. I don't think this is going to change within this module, so I'll leave it to rest. Today we're basically seeing if they wrote anything for milestone 3, which I anticipate they didn't write anything, because every other milestone, there's only like 2 milestones of actual things now. Milestone 1, or like the beginning of the campaign. Milestone 2 is the new thing, and then milestone 4, I guess, that sets up the dungeon, right? And that's actually 3 things. I typically do not count the beginning, the intro into the thing. So 3 things. We'll say 3 things. And this is the every other week. So this is milestone 3, which I doubt there's going to be anything. If there is, we'll see it here. And then we'll try to pick up a dungeon queue, or probably do a random... I don't know if they removed it or something. We'll look at the queue system and then wait for like 15 minutes to see if we can get into a Joensgar, right? And Joensgar dungeon. I have not run Joensgar, not even once, despite like being idle a bit, but haven't run a Joensgar. Maybe we'll run a Joensgar. It's highly doubtful at this point by the time I stop covering it, so maybe in module 34. Personally, I think the whole idea of a half module is not my cup of tea, largely because when they choose to do something experimental, I can be wrong in the future, hopefully I am. When they do something experimental, it's even more budgeted and less apologetic than the full module. Like, full module is safe across the board. Crank up the playtime, anything to increase playtime. But when they have half modules, it's basically just that with even less commitment to design exploration. So like Slaughterhouse was the last two half modules, and they doubled down on increasing the playtime at the expense of any form of experimentation, in my opinion. I think that experimentation was not so much an experimentation, but more on how to increase the lull period between modules, at least personally. So that's kind of the thing. This is going to be a relatively short stream because we have our weekly turn-ins. So we'll probably just turn them in, wait for a dungeon, maybe queue up for a random dungeon and see it lands on it. I'm not even sure if it's in queue anymore. There's a bunch of people who said remove it from queue, and I think somewhere in the patch notes it was removed from one of the queues. We'll see which queue it is. Like, I think the advanced version, or like whatever, however they tuned it, was removed from the advanced dungeon queue. I'm not sure about the random dungeon queue, the non-advanced dungeon queue. And yeah, that's about all to say. There's really little to nothing to... I don't have much to say this time around. I progressively have less and less to say about Neverwinter Online. It's not that there's something interesting to say, simply most of the discourse is repeated, and I don't want to like belabor the point. The laboring point is either this game is too easy or it's too hard, and there's no bridge between too hard and too easy. And meanwhile, all of that is guised in an artificial playtime inflation, which makes addressing the too easy, too hard thing, it preserves that. Basically, if you request in a problem that both parties have, which you need a lot of time to do either, it keeps the status quo. So the things that are too hard for people who find it too hard, and then the people who find it too easy, it continues to be easy, that continues to exacerbate. So right now, the old leadership that came back, that is made anew again, I think the universal consensus to address is the idea of creating more and more valuation of players' time. Whether it's easy or hard, the bottom line is if you make something hard, it is still going to be a negative response because of how long and devalued time is, personally. I think the elitism with things being too hard and too easy is the too easy part is because of safe, conventional, constant repeating of the same system. Since the system remains familiar, there's less and less learning happening, which is what I focus on. I tend to focus on learning potential and critical, thinking and problem-solving skills. When you stick with a system and continue to churn the same system, it, regardless of how you swap it, change it, modify it, the core of the system is where the ease comes from. It's the familiarity. So you either choose to embrace and unapologetically rectify and reform the system, like the subsystems or even the core system, like they did back in Undermountain. Rarely is it going to ease up or rescale or like spin the wheel again. All right, well, let's get back into it. I think ultimately we're going to fail to find a queue, but we'll see. So let's see if there's dialogue. I really doubt it. Find out. Do I see a... I do not. I do not see a... Oh, no, wait. No, yeah, I do not. I see a gray grayed out
We've a
thing.
task for you.
Oh no, there is something. Let's find out.
A while back, someone awakened a stag. He'd been living with us as part of the community. When the invasion began, we lost track of him. I had hoped he had fled into the wild, maybe gone south. But he's gone mad. Responsible for some of the attacks. Make it quick. I don't want him to suffer.
Okay, so there was something to those wandering stags. So there is something written here. Let's go and put down the stag. Presumably, maybe corruption. The current dialogue of corruption. Yep. Instant dismount. That's the name of whoever designed the mobs. Instant dismount. I don't think that should be a thing, personally, because of the constant travel time back and forth. Oh, guess we can take out any of these? Yeah. It's a big stag. Imagine having a stag this big. Okay. Alright. And we're just gonna TP back because mobs are disagreeably dismounting. When most of the mobs are range, they immediately dismount you in that way too.
Stay warm. I had asked Inora if he could be saved. I wanted him saved, but she told me he was too far gone. Holes in the mind. Nothing to be done. Go check on Hans and Irsa. They better have something for us by now.
Okay. Promising, promising. Wait, this is week 4, right? Yeah, it's week 4. Okay.
These temperatures are interfering with my work, and it's only going to get worse. I have news. Progress on the translation has been ongoing, and I managed to acquire some information. We've confirmation that the giants that lived here encountered something similar to what we're going through now.
Okay.
For them, it was far more insidious, where some giants were no longer in control of their own minds. They were being influenced, called to do something. What that was, no idea. The writing is incomplete, but I know there's more to be found at a specific cave not far from here.
Intriguing. Go and see what we discover about the giants. Eventually this will tie into Scar somehow. Again, I have no idea what's in Scar. I imagine there's a corrupted giant of some sort. There is a high chance I may never play Scar until, like, not even by the next module. Largely because of my fading interest in how they're designing the necessities or requirements of getting into a dungeon. It's still relying on the idea of having other players, right? Because MMO, right? But the thing is, having that requires that there be players around the clock. In this case, my time zone particularly do not permit that to happen. Wait, another player can be in this instance too? Interesting. Oh, I just walked across that. Some parkouring, I see. Casual parkouring. Wait. Read the magic scroll? I don't see him. Wait. Do we go back here? Oh goodness. Appreciate the parkouring, I suppose. Ah! Alright, we got it.
Can we take a break?
Read the magic scroll is optional. Wait. I didn't see a magic scroll. Can we go backwards? Is this backwards compatible? Rip. Oh, this one? I didn't quite, it didn't do it, okay.
Are you certain this is the place?
I guess we'll get explained what's in it.
Alright, my belly, and I intend to keep it.
Alright, Hans. What happened to
Remember
the giants?
take it- You've got it. If it was hidden away, then it must be important, right? Give me a moment. They were digging, compelled to dig further into the ice. No mention for what, but those who were lucid felt the need to seal their own settlement to prevent the influence from getting out. With the warming weather, the ice melted, the ruins revealed. I fear the only way to find out once and for all what this could be is within the ruins themselves. I'll talk to Ingelfred and Enora about this. Leave it to me. Ah, right. Forgot myself there. One more thing. Irsa recovered a stone of warning. Could be useful.
I imagine Jonscar is the ruins that you might be referring to. Okay. Alright.
It's never ending, but we have to endure. By Lathander's light, we'll make it through. Hans looks worried. What did... Never mind. I'll find out later. Right now, I need your help with something.
Okay.
When the village was first built, shamans had laid out several stones of warning.
I think I've seen them.
Winter buried most of them, but we just spotted one, likely recently thawed. If you can check if it still works, I think I can convince Hegir to spare some people to retrieve it. Have it stationed somewhere closer to warn us of further attacks.
Okay, maybe it's not those things. Those like gigantic things. I thought it might be those. Doesn't quite fit the description. Semi-friendly. Oh, no. Not the same thing. Alright. Touch the stone, huh?
Beware, beware, the troll comes, shedding pestilence, poisoned, sullied, spoiled, creeping, crawling carrion in the mind. It spreads the will like a parasite. Harm, hurt, hatred, cruel and callous. It slumbers in the dark.
Follow the sound. Oh, hi. Goblins. I said trolls. Follow the sound, you say. Why am I... Okay. I like the use of sound. And The bird thing was pretty cute too. Alright. Am I trying to... oh. Maybe I'm supposed to interact with... Is this supposed to be this guy? Hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh, we pacified the troll.
All Regis is here to save the day. What did you help?
Okay.
Blessed be! It works! I'm a bit concerned that it spoke directly into your mind like that. With how things are at the moment, I'd prefer maybe a sense or a feeling rather than words. Some days it's hard to figure out what belongs to me and what doesn't. I'll handle the rest for now. You might want to see what's wrong with Inglefrid, though. She looks angry.
Hmm. Fair enough. Inglefrid.
The well is where we store extra ice for drinking. Most of us keep our own stock in the cellar at home. Since we can't get back, I send some people to the well. It's a straight shot there and back. We've never had an issue before. Something's changed.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go find out what has changed. Okay. Okie dokie. So 3 out of 4 milestones. I'll take it. I don't know why they skipped the second one this summer. Oh, this whale. Hey. We're in the middle of town, huh? Oh.
Adventurer, let's go be heroes.
Oh. Oh. I didn't even realize there's something underneath. That's interesting. Huh. Alright, we're supposed to find some missing people. Instead of a bunch of spooters everywhere. Oh, here's one. I didn't even realize you can go down here. There's a name mob over there. So... that's a cute place to hide a name mob. Where are you guys? Okay. Is this making me colder over time? No? Okie dokie. beat the spider? Like these guys or that one over there? I'm guessing it's this. Okay. Okie dokie. They didn't make it.
Those squad creatures. I'll get us through this mess.
They didn't make it. Can't go for it. They didn't make it.
Monsters in the well. More things to worry about. And now Hans wants to send someone to the ruins. Yes, he filled me in. Look, recently when we send people out, things go wrong. My messengers are dying. My expeditioners are dying. I can't even send people to fetch water without something trying to eat them. If anyone goes into the ruins themselves, they're dead. I can't. Just give me time. Irsa came by. Says she has need of you again.
Well, that is certainly frustrating. Irsa.
Hero, take a look at this. Hegeir fished this up a while ago. It's not uncommon to fish up the occasional Netherese artifact around here. Luskan traders in Targos are always on the lookout for them. We think it might have something to do with mind domination. Considering what's going on and what Hans told me, I feel uneasy about this, but could you test it out? We need to know.
Test it out? How? I'm not volunteering for that. Oh, use the strange artifact and see what it can do. Where? Where are you taking me? To the locals? Okay. Yeah, we gotta find a guinea pig for this. Excuse me. Who's our guinea pig? Those guys are friendly. These guys are not friendly. Gotta prevent line of sight there. Oh. Oh. Just a random troll on the ground. Okay. Sure. Friendly. Oh. Hey. I'm a troll. Fight trolls with... Okay, but how? So this reminds me of one of the soul harvests where you become a golem. Okay. Yeah, that is janky. That is very janky. Alright. Got our momentary moonlight as a troll. You don't get to say that too often, and really mean unironically a troll. Okay. Wait. Going to Irsa. Alright. right?
suspicions are correct, this artifact can take over the mind of another. We cannot let this fall into the hands of anyone else. I know that as a last resort, we may need to use it, though it is against my faith. However, I trust you. You've given me no reason to believe otherwise. So with that, keep it safe. By the
Try
way,
to take over the
Ingrid has
world.
come to a decision. Saw her pacing the docks in thought, and we've spoken. I knew you'd be the one to go. I know you'll
yep.
be fine, but Nora and I will do what we can to help from here. Please, come back safe.
Yeah, so that's the Jotun scar. Fair enough.
You're going to the ruins. It's insane, but that merchant Craig said if anyone can survive going down there, it's you. Forgive me. I was afraid. I hesitated. I didn't want to be the one to send the hero of Neverwinter into certain death. Not after we've lost so many. At least you won't be alone. In spirit. Good luck. Find out what you can.
In
I pray
spirit.
this will give us answers.
Alright, and then we have to access it through the queue. Oh, does that mean there's nothing for... Whoops. There's nothing for the 4th milestone? Okay, so we're at 25, right? Oh, we have to enter the Jotun scar. Alright. We just have to enter it, right? Is that all they're asking? Did they just say heavy spoilers up ahead? I mean, you gotta be kidding me, right? Let's just enter it like this. It just says enter, so I'm just gonna enter and then leave. I guess the spoiler is because milestone 4 is supposed to explain the Jotun scar thing before doing the Jotun scar thing. So let's just enter on a private queue. Still waiting on the map. This is the first time the map is being loaded. So I imagine that's what's taking the time. Let's see if it triggers the... Ooh, this looks cool. And now I'm going to leave. Let's see if that procs the... Nope. I actually have to do it. So we'll leave this up. It's interesting. Usually entering the queue is on the 4th milestone. Now to get the other 70, 75, we already did weekly stuff. So like weekly stuff carried. So the heroic encounter gives us 25. The name encounters, which happened. Apparently when people are cycling in name encounters between the heroic encounters and then the encroaching frost. So I actually ended up getting credit for that. So we can turn in our repeatables, actually. Which ones can we turn in? The heroic encounters.
Life out here was
It's 25. I think this is the activity ones.
good.
So that's another 25. I don't like the repeatables overall in this module as well. And then this one is the...
They're able to tolerate the cold. Nothing about this
Yeah,
is
the
normal.
name encounters.
You have
Oh, no,
fault.
wait. Just kidding. That's the
Hello,
frosting.
hero. Nora and I are ready.
We can relive the frost, or we can turn in the name encounters over here. Which, you know what? We'll save this for... Oh, I should have saved the active. Yeah, we'll save this to turn in next time. Let's go do the flooded future, right? That's a quick one we can do. I genuinely, at the moment, it might be just because of the way the repeatables are dispersed in this module. I do not like doing the either. Oh, I totally forgot. Sorry, I still had my brown noise running in the background.
That is good. I will guide you. Seek the Irsa of this moment.
Gotta learn to avoid. Yep, instant dismount. Whoever designed that is a they know they're being annoying, in my opinion.
Whispers in the dark.
They're deliberately doing that. Equipping all the mobs with like an instant range attack upon detection, just to dismount people from running by everything. They know what they're doing. I personally am not a fan. And then doing that for all the mobs in the overworld as well, like the campaign map. Artificially increasing time. Yeah, like that. No reason to be mounting in the first place then. Like, watch, they're just gonna instantly... Oh, not that group is fine. And some of them are friendly, which is good. Just deliberately equipping the vast majority of large mobs with an AoE attack, or like a non-AoE, a range attack, so it instantly dismounts you. Or a pole maneuver. Some of them have pole maneuvers that instantly dismount you. Just to make it more annoying. Increase the travel time. And then this obviously is also another way, having to light the bonfire.
End draws near. A final obstacle.
Oh, and we already tried doing the optional thing last week. Doesn't really incredibly change. Oh, maybe it does. That did less than I thought. Maybe. Other than that, it's basically that other side of the arena. You get immunity to the encroaching frost effect on the other side of the arena. But you could just stay on this side of the arena. It would be too interesting if they made that encroaching frost like move around the arena. But I'm in a way, I suppose this may be their way of demonstrating the visual effects for the dungeon. I imagine like this bubble thing is a thing. In one of the heroic encounters is also a storm caller. I think the storm caller heroic encounter has this bit there. And then the encroaching frost has this bit. Is it an interesting, fun mechanic? It's okay. It's kind of an eyesore in a way because it does obscure a lot of things. The encroaching frost obscures a lot of things, like vision-wise. Which, technically, that's kind of what it's intended to be. This track is awesome. I really like this musical track. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to hear what Jotun-Skar's track is. We'll try. I like the music here. There's like 3 tracks. There's also the screen selection track. So the character selection has a track. The campaign map has a track, and then this one's really good. It's a shame, like I said this, like I sound like a broken record at this way. It's a shame it's so overshadowed by its overuse, like how stretched thin everything else is. And just the overall weight. Everything seems to be such a weight. Again, my hot take is solo dungeons. Solo advanced, solo masters version. And you play multiple roles. And that's the quality of life that I would go for at this point. Because it's effectively a solo game when there aren't player base at your time zone. It's a consistent stopgap to growth, and you can still make content. Actually, it's probably a little bit arguably easier to scale balanced content to a single player's aptitude than the dynamics of a multiplayer thing. And then you can still keep multiplayer things together.
Bring what you found to Hans and Irsa.
Like, heroic encounters are still a multi thing. You can still have multi-dungeon, right? Like, live service games have generally those who are unable to, if their quality of life where, okay, the player base is shrinking. So how do you increase the player base while trying to still push for group content? You're required to challenge the single player as much as the multiplayer. So then the single player has reason to be around in order for multiplayer things to occur. So I would even play into their tier system, where, again, I'm not an advocate for their tier system. Tier system is the very reason why there's a dichotomy between people who think things are too easy and people think things are too hard. The things that are too hard are not the same thing as the things that are too easy, right? They don't overlap. Hard is because there's no people. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to new players and returning people. Easy is because there are people, and the dungeon themselves, those people make those things easy. So like there's a pre-selection. Now, single player dungeons with multiplayer leaderboards would be something to marry the two. People will have, like the players, both old and new, can definitively decide who is the best individually. And then they can bring them together and synergistically see who can produce the best party. So to me, single player and maybe 3-player Trinity dungeons are the tier system that they're looking for. 1, 3, 5 tier system, not normal, advanced, master. Now, in an ideal world, you could have normal, advanced, master of 1, 3, and 5. There's no stretch of the imagination. I don't even have to stretch to know that if they come up with a module that introduces a single player dungeon, right? We'll call them dungeon by default, but it's more like single, like the nomenclature in Neverwinter is if you're doing it as a solo player, it's no longer a dungeon, right? Dungeons require more than a specific number of player beyond one, and then a trial or a raid requires something bigger than a party. So whatever the single player dungeon is called, that single player dungeon would be probably the most played thing. And because they can probably inflate the time too. If they inflate the time on single player, that means the single players would, like the players at any given time will have something to do. Versus, and it can be productively used to play dungeons and trials as opposed to segregating them. Like campaigns, like this stuff, campaigns is often a second-class citizen. It's like, oh, you don't have people who want to run dungeons, so you're doing campaign stuff. It's like, well, you could be doing dungeons as well at the same time and make it a competitive process. You can put a leaderboard on single dungeons. That is probably arguably one of the most straightforward performance checks you can have. You rule out the idea of like, oh, it's because of your party or because of your role. You can rule that out. single player. And there are precedents for most of these things, and separate performance views, separate role views. You can gauge them. At least that's my hot take. Is it going to happen? I personally think that Cryptic and the majority of the player base are incredibly complacent, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If the core ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep tweaking it until it's more of the same core stuff. Like, that's a really polished wheel, and then you keep polishing it. It's an exercise in diminished return, which naturally reflects in its time requirements, right? At least in my opinion. I think the normal player, the majority player who holds to dogma, they themselves are reflected in the developers. They deserve each other, is what I mean. Like, the irony, at least in my opinion, is that despite them saying they're out of touch with each other, I feel like they are more in touch with each other. Simply two groups that are incredibly stubborn and stuck in their own perception of what they want, with a lack of communication between the two. I'm not in this in that way, so I can't really say how much I agree with either group or if they are in fact different. My take on this is, if you want to cater to people arguing and constantly bickering about what is hard and what is easy, make the player themselves, the singular player, prove that something is too easy or too hard by challenging them in that way. It can also solve the argument of who's a better player, because there's quite a lot of big heads around going around saying, I'm a better healer, I'm a better tank, I'm a better DPS, which class is better. That can also be demonstrated in a single dungeon, a single player dungeon. And easier to balance, arguably, because player dynamics is no longer in play. Like, party dynamics is no longer in play. Designing bosses and set pieces will become more intimate. Using that, I'm not saying replace dungeons, like 5-player dungeons and 10. You can use that performance review as a way to definitively communicate through game design how to evaluate and moving forward in designing party dungeons, because each aspect will be monitored. Like, you can even collect data through your game design, like how many people ran as a tank, how many people did the tank branch, did the healing branch, did the DPS branch of your dungeon. The idea is it can inform both the player and the developer through the design of the game, where there is enough to do, enough to create. Right now, the dungeon requirement of 5 players at a specific time can't even be met, let alone having to go through 2 modules, thinking that it was a fantastic idea to make 2 trials back to back because they were so excited about trials. I think that part was very much out of touch, and not out of touch with the normal players. I think the attitude of the normal players of constantly trying to refine an aging system as opposed to promoting a complete system overhaul to make things challenging again, that is on the same wheelhouse. I see the developers not differentiating too much from someone who thinks, oh, it should get harder. Get harder by changing the system. If you change the system, it's hard. If you don't change the system and keep polishing it, it will still be very familiar. So, Module 13, Undermountain, overhaul, change the fundamentals of the combat system again. Will they do that? I would be really shocked if they did that anytime soon. Largely because that would also give what some critics say this game is getting too easy, to turning, oh, I know we said the game was too easy, but we didn't say change the system. The system that I liked. It's like, well, the system that you liked is why the game is easy. You're not learning anything. Like yeah, you can argue like sure they added new mechanics and stuff, but the idea is that yes, the mechanics change. However, it's a variant of an existing system. That is still going to be less challenging than switching it all up. Like for example, in live service games, other live service games, they introduce an event that is an entirely different convention, and then they rotate again and it's an entirely different convention. I don't think Neverwinter design historically ever does that. Like Slaughterhouse is a variance. It's a variance of the same system, right? There's rarely ever a large variance in module things. Like, how do you interact with this game? It's still the same thing. Like, very familiar. And you can only do so much with that, at least in my opinion. We'll see. I do feel that this discourse is it's required, it's necessary, and it leads for excitement for me personally in the future. Because the more discourse, the more discontent, what have you, it can produce an encouragement or incentive to say, hey, you guys asked for it. How do we make the game harder? We're just going to change everything. And then that whole period will quote unquote revitalize the game. I think Undermountain was a revitalizing point where everyone had to adjust again to the new thing. And then that was the last time there was a big overhaul. Like, there is this discussion existing in the Discord, and a returning player or some players had to ask, when was the last time that happened? That's how long it's been since there was a willingness to be refresh for new players and returning players, because then it would no longer play like that period. Also telling the established normal elitists of saying, oh, you wanted something difficult, so we're just gonna remove all your legacy skill and do it all over again. And I imagine some of them will say like, oh, I hate this because I like the stuff that I got used to. It's like, well, you wanted something more difficult, so doing something you're not used to would be a great learning experience. At least that's how I would take it. Not that I'm saying that would be the best course of action. It would be a course of action to achieve some of the results or criticisms of the game. I don't need Neverwinter. Like, I'm not here to need Neverwinter to change or be easier or harder. I actually prefer to listen to story and lore and then cross-reference it with the next Dungeons and Dragons movie or something like that, or other Dungeons and Dragons related properties. That's what I do. Like, I enjoy that part. The odds of that being the selling point of Neverwinter is non-existent, in my opinion. Absolutely 100% floored if the next module is completely a story campaign with no dungeons, no trials, simply stories and fun and activities based on the Neverwinter or the D&D lore. Like, that's kind of like preposterous, because it's going against, it's spitting at the identity of an MMORPG. So that's my take. So I'm not here to say, oh yeah, this game should do exactly what I wanted to do. I'm genuinely curious how they're gonna move forward and rectify or maybe pacify, mitigate, negotiate the discourse between the loud minority. Is this game too easy? Most video games, here's a hot take, most video games and things you choose to do are always too easy. Like, that's a super hot take. Most of the things you choose to do are already too easy because you choose to do them. And that's what video games are about. So some people might prefer something more challenging. Well, don't play a video game and go do something you don't want to do. That might be a great challenging thing, perhaps. And it can be very rewarding. At least, like, if that is your major concern. If someone keeps saying, like, oh yeah, like, it's gotta be hard, it's gotta be brutal. Job. If that is, like, the argument you're making, like, you can only enjoy something if it's brutally hard or hard at the expense of everyone else who arguably don't play video games for that nature, like front and center. If that is the case, go do something you don't want to do. That would be great, rewarding, far more rewarding than Neverwinter, at least, or a video game. Now, if there was a balanced approach, obviously there are far more other pressing matters, like increasing enjoyment, player retention, catharsis, entertainment. Those are probably far more along the lines of a video game concern than if it's challenging enough for some person who thinks that being challenging is the reason for them to play a video game. Well, if that is the case, again, go to the gym, get into the best shape of your life, learn another language, write a book. There are quite a lot of other things that fulfill that urge for difficulty. At least that's how I would be very direct about it. I think what most people say when they say the game is too easy is often referring to they want a very specific difficulty that address their very specific needs that do not take into consideration most of the time everyone else's concern. However, that doesn't stop this person from referring to themselves like they are representative of normal players. The word normal gets thrown around all the time when it is a very narrow, myopic, and generalized truth that they're trying to say. Oh yeah, us normal players. You know, normal in what sense? Normal, you mean like a player who logs in every single day to play? I fulfill that role, and I disagree. So that's kind of the thing. And if you want a challenging task to do, try to learn what normal is and explain what normal is by actually interacting with all the people that this particular person is saying they represent. Because that's a really hard task. It's not easy to make a game easy and hard that will please everyone. So I'm trying to be fair here, right? The one that thinks it's easy, like, oh, it's just that things are too easy, you just have to make it harder. That is hard. It's easy for someone who doesn't interact with people. Like the developers, which no fault to that person because it's really hard to interact with the developers anyways. And interacting with everyone around, right? They just label people like, oh, hey, normal players. Okay, so what's a normal player? Someone who plays regularly, or someone who plays sparingly because they just farm the heck out of something and they know how to make, you know, like beat a dungeon. There are lots of normal players. Without qualifying what a normal player is and saying it so readily like you think you have the solution, it's more like I. Use the word I, right? I think I'm a normal player, and I think dungeons are too easy. And it's not the same as saying we think dungeons are too easy. We, as normal players, which includes me, want these things. And my first thought is like, who the heck is we? Because I'm certainly not part of that we. And I still agree with him. The stuff is probably too easy for the normal player this person's referring to. Generally speaking, though, categorization like that screams ethnocentricity, egotistical, and a narcissist. And that to me, when I see a developer, or like when I think about a developer and a publisher, the last person that they would want to precariously listen to is someone who speaks and overreaches their authority. So, you have someone who types like, oh, I know how to represent all these people. I know what they want. They want what I want. And my first thought is, that's a big pass. Getting feedback from someone like that would ultimately mean you are more likely to alienate more people than fulfill that person's requests. At least that's what I would say, as politely as I can, to someone who would suggest that they represent a group without demonstrating that they represent a group. They rarely ever talk about what the group wants. They talk about what they want. It happens a lot. That's the general discourse most of the time when it comes to feedback. It's we as a group, not I, as in I'm taking responsibility for what I say. I'm generally backed up by some invisible group. That's not really unique to Neverwinter, by the way. This type of discussion, in my opinion, is not unique to Neverwinter in the least bit. I think this is a fairly appropriately generalized form of debate that doesn't necessarily promote critical thinking in the internet space. You can confirm enough people by seeing what you want to see and then referring to yourself in the third person as a group to give like some feeling of weight and authenticity, or authority. And yet I sit here and read their comments and I'm like, I have no idea who a normal player is. Like, I thought someone who plays regularly know sufficiently about the game would be considered a normal player, but clearly I'm not a normal player. I wonder what's a not normal player that isn't able to do the extraordinary things. Like, that's a kind of a weird thought, where the normal player is the player that thinks everything is easy, but the things that they think are easy are inaccessible by arguably a equally as large, maybe a slightly smaller majority. So you are not a normal player, at least I think, and that's really odd. It's a crazy one. Anyways,
It's never ending.
so let's throw this in. And we got our 100, right? So we grab this 200k Astral Diamond one-time retrieval. And now we are gonna go to P. Actually, yeah, we have to go to P too. I would love to listen to the music while waiting for a queue, but you can't change PE's music, so we're gonna listen to this, I suppose. And then we're gonna look if anyone's doing the quest fulfillment, because I imagine some people are gonna do the quest fulfillment for Scar, which is to do it on normal or any difficulty, really. I'll give it 10 minutes. It's 8:50 right now, or it was 8:50. At 9 p.m. we'll enter a random queue and see if we can land on Scar or something. So as I was entering, someone already said looking for 4 more Scar any for quest. Right. Let's see if there are other beeps. We could do an RTQ. Not that RTQs are part of the task. We are okay. I'm just reading the chat. It's interesting to see in chat that it's either a tank or DPS that are missing, and healers are the ones that don't get asked the role of healing. Not unexpected. Still interesting. I personally, for myself, I don't quite enjoy tanking anymore. Largely because of developer design. Intentional developer design makes tanking incredibly of a lesser experience. And if you're going to have a lesser experience, the really unfortunate truth is if that lesser experience is going to happen, you might as well heal and not tank. So that's why that's one of the underlying consensus of tanking. Tanking is incredibly muted. And then on top of that, most tanks are melee. And melee, there's one universal is a disparity between melee anti-melee mechanics over range mechanics. So if you're playing a paladin, you get all of it. So there's not much to say about that one. Alright, so there isn't a Jotun Scar. Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully they don't require experience, right? So this is gonna be the first time. We'll talk about Jotun's Garb. Neat. I wonder if I need anything for this. Probably not. Okay. So we have one melee guy. I'm gonna keep track of the melee guy just to check. Like, there is still concern. It's a consistent concern between melee and range. Alright, we're gonna play by ear. Presumably this is so easy that people complain about how easy it is. Presumably. We'll see. Alright, so we got a hallway.
We have guests. Kill the intruders. The rest of you, dig.
Okay. You can mount. Ow. Oh, one complaint right now that is very legitimate in this dungeon is we're gonna have to
My pets. Leave their bones for kindling. Kindling.
we have to keep track is the indicators, the ground indicators are a problem. Apparently you can't see some of the ground indicators, like clipping through the ground and whatnot, so that's something that I'll keep track of. Who's new? Let's just write me. Someone already asked who's new. Because of like the indicator of, oh, there's a new player in this instance. X can help with calls. X can help. All right. Sure. I mean, you say so. Someone said they're getting someone to call. I guess I'll find out what they're calling for. Maybe it's a new mechanic. Calls FPR trolls. Calls for trolls. Oh. Oh. I guess there are spawning points, perhaps. They chose a what? Who's Hex the Warlock? Interesting. I'm seeing if I can cleanse with the DPS. Oh. So I need cleanse, huh? Okay. So presumably I need to cleanse someone. So we'll slot in cleanse. Okay. Well, hello there. I see that was some yellow thing. Oh. Yeah, so you want to cleanse? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, so that's what the cleanse. I see. Cleanse as in cleanse your stacks with the lantern things. Okay, so I don't know if I can cleanse the stack myself with like a cleanse. Don't know yet. Okay. I don't know how he got like whomped there, but alright. Yeah, melee, man. Feels bad for melee. Where's the next? I'm frozen. That sucks. Okay, alright. Yeah, melee. That sucks for melee. Oh my goodness. Is there a reason the tank just insta died? Or is that like a mechanic? Oh man. I want to see how long they can survive. Ow. Oh. Wait, was that it? Interesting. Ow. Is that the end of the...
Persistent little creatures. Kill them! The deed must not be disrupted!
Neat.
Hey, don't call me Flapjack for nothing.
Well, there you go. It looks like it's very lenient. Like, super lenient. You can dodge tank your way to victory. Seems. Can't. The tank does what the tank wants at this point. Everyone's getting one shot because the tank wants to run the whole thing, I guess. Oh, that is a ice rune if I've ever seen one. Okay. Whoa. This is interesting. Whoa. Is this iced? What was happening? Okay. Alright, that doesn't have a 360. Alright. Ow. Oh, he's gone. Dude, what is... I feel like our tank... I think that the tank is like having a... There's some special sauce with this tank. Alright. Anyways, alright, so we go here. Neat. Oh my gosh. That dude evaporated. Okay, I guess this melts the ice or something. Open up! Okay. All the echoing screams. So we did the first boss. It seems pretty alright. I guess you had to kind of like juggle the basilisk in a manner. It kind of looks like you need to juggle the basilisk. And then you have to cleanse your frost before you perma-die.
Succeed, and I will grant you your feast.
Yeah, so you want to cleanse your stacks before you perma-die as the boss. As the tank, I suppose. And as well as every other member, but the tank probably had so many stacks. And they thought they had enough time for the cleanse. I don't know if you can cleanse using a cleanse, like a paladin cleanse. I should try that to see if it works on the tank. That would be... it's a pretty decent workaround. I remember the days of Trobriand in Undermountain where you can cleanse the chain, the positive charge, or the discharge. So they didn't say anything in this one, so I'm guessing play by ear, stay out of the red. Ooh, you look cool. All right. Okay, looks like a vault. A bit of vault. Okay, so there's trolls. Sure. I don't know about the stacks, so... Oh. He's jumping. Oh, to cure the stacks, okay. I see. This warlock is great. Like, they're hopping in advance. Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely not melee friendly. So we go and stand near these things at some point. To get rid of the stacks. And then the cone effects are... Yikes. And then they have to juggle mobs, the troll mobs. Okay. Okay, I can see how the tank is trying to like position themselves away in the middle of the wall so that the cone and the spread is limited to a certain way, but they also have to run towards the closest gully like here. So you have to be careful of the tank spinning the boss around because they need to cleanse. So you have to get wary of the cone swap. So you would need to know when he's gonna do the cone attack and then run towards the gutter thing and then run back like in between the attacks. And melee, yikes, man. I'm guessing it's 10 stacks is when you get OTK'd, possibly. Yeah, so now you want to stay over here because the tank has to cleanse, so we'll just go to the other one, like over here. Oh, I missed twice. Oh no. Ow. I was hoping that light up by now, but it's not lighting up. Okay. 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 Oh man, yeah, that's rough on the tank. Oh, pretty sure it's this one. It's coming up. Yep. So technically, the tank only has 2 places in this setup. Leave one closest to, yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. So you have to stay away from the cone. So that one shouldn't stand there where they're standing right now. Yeah. Yeah, like what that guy just did. And that guy. And then now the tank swaps sides. That's interesting. I wonder what's happening here. That's very unfortunate. This boss has a lot of HP. Either that or oh, rip. The guy had too many stacks. Can't reach. Man. I mean, as much as I want to see this boss over and over again, this takes a really long time. Like, my question is, right? When is it that the boss just has too much HP? As opposed to, like, having something interesting happen. Come on, you can make it! Run! Nice. This is very, yeah, very melee. Very unfriendly. I'm basically standing on top of the cage just to remind which one is up. That's at least I can do that. So they can just spin around their camera and see which one. I know it's pretty obvious, but sometimes you like get really caught up in the moment and it can be very difficult. So I'm simply standing next to the things. Which I could probably do in the first battle as well. It's slightly out of range. Just slightly. My friend, come! Come, guy! Oh no, I think our Blade Master is losing track. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Okay, wait, I can test. I can test this. Let's do Cleansing Touch. No, I can't cleanse it. Okay. Wait, maybe I can? I think I can. Hang on. No, I can't. I can't cleanse it. Yeah. Never mind. Can't cleanse the, No, you can't cleanse the frost. What is this shield part? Oh. Interesting. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's just, I guess we were saying. Only use cleanse if I'm using. You will kill tank every time. Only use cleanse when you're using. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. As opposed to using it on the outside. I think being on the outside is still fine. There's no way the tank can even get to the outside the way the person is doing it. Like the 2 and 2 strategy. That's fine. And there will be 2 cone attacks in between me using the cleanse, yeah. And I can't cleanse it either. Interesting. I think the boss has too much health in advance, personally. And what I mean is, it's not like it's a game of attrition. You just keep repeating the same thing. So there's only so much you want to repeat because of, like, repeating boss patterns. It's not like the boss is phasing or anything. It simply has a lot of HP. Now, you could argue, oh, then it's just a TPS. The DPS has to DPS harder, right? Yeah, I guess you can make an argument for that too. I mean, I have no way of defending DPS because I'm not one of the DPS ones. In terms of healing, I would say it's slightly out of range the way they're going about it right now. Like, healing the tank is slightly out of range of your primary skills. So you have to stand a bit closer. And so he say, oh my gosh. That guy took a base swipe. So he says use a cleanse when the tank uses. That's fine. So we basically just sync. It really sucks for the Blade Master though. Yeah, so the guy's typing here, which is nice of them. Someone already got wrecked because of cleanse. I guess, do we reset? It was a lot faster this time though, which is nice. Oh, I'm about to die too. I'm trying to see if only using... Huh. Yeah, I think you have to cleanse. Like with the tank. Not like keep it separate. Yeah, let's just okay.
Who is angry? When Boo gets angry, evil gets hurt.
So maybe just go with the tank? Huh. I don't know what they're deciding, but swapping, like not waiting or like waiting out at a distance, your tanks, the stack still exceeds like Don't know how the tank is doing it. But waiting for just 2 spots is... I don't think it's sufficient. Or it's cutting it close. Is the problem. Like I was at 20 stacks, just relying on waiting for the 2 of the things to show up. So I was just curious. Now I'm just gonna cleanse whenever the tank does and whenever the range does. So because I don't want to be in that situation. That guy doesn't watch his back cone. I don't know if it's invisible or not. Okay, so apparently some things don't cleanse. Sometimes it doesn't cleanse. I don't know. I think it worked. I'm looking at all their stacks. The way they're doing it is so interesting. I'm just gonna touch this when I can. Oh, that didn't cleanse me. Oh, this doesn't cleanse. Oh, no, it did. It did. You have to stand in it for longer than anticipated. Rip. Oh. I don't see the indicator for that particular attack. Is it anywhere? Or do we have to like... Yeah, I don't... What are you supposed to do about the shield part? Are you supposed to DPS the shield down so that he doesn't do the burst thing? Is that a DPS check? Or like a DPS burst check, basically. You have to take down the shield. The tank is encouraging. The tank said, y'all can do this. Just stay together and cleanse. Yeah. Almost. Big side closest to us and other two go opposite side. Oh. So they're splitting the DPS. Always go in one direction. So like go... They're splitting the trolls. So... Getting the ad control. He assigned the person who's dealing the most damage to one side and the other two to the other side. It's large. They're about the same, except for the melee has to run back and forth. Yeah, this is really melee unfriendly. Unless the tank does a cycle on the outside. That's kind of what I would tend to do, but then the trolls would spawn. I wonder what happens when the troll, like, bumps into the boss. I'm guessing he's choosing the middle of the room because you don't want the trolls to touch the boss for some reason. So you can't, like, rotate. You can't rotate the boss on the outside, which could be another way to go about it. This is neat, sort of. I still think the boss has too much health. Or advance. I mean, you can crank the boss's health as much as you want for masters, but I'm not entirely sure about it. Also, get combat advantage rewards. I still don't know how you... Oh my goodness, dude. Don't run around too much. The wizard is definitely on top of things. And then the warlock is trying to type and whatnot at the same time. Somehow the blade master is taking a hit when there's no indicator for it, so I have no idea what's the deal with that. Hurry! My friends! I've got my artifacts. There you go. And then the roar is the command for the new mob. I think the blade master can just stick on the boss, and in the two range they're about the same, so they should be able to take care of it and leave the blade master glued. I'm genuinely curious what's hitting the blade master though. Occasionally the blade master takes like a 100% attack and you can't really tell what it, yeah, like that. Like what is hitting the dude? Oh, rip. He got caught in the cone. Oh. Tank died. No, the cleanse didn't happen, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the tank getting too many stacks. AD first, then boss. Yeah. Oh, the blade master left. Yeah, it is so... You've died to that attack so many times. Apparently you can see his right arm. Oh, his right arm. Okay. Do something just before he does. You haven't been able to figure out watching it while playing, though? Okay. Yeah, like, I don't see what's hitting the melee. That sucks. That really does suck for a melee person. Like, no idea. The guy is just taking pot shots. And I don't think it's his problem. You just got here, you are well. What technique am I using? It looks like the tank decided to keep the guy on one side of the screen. Heal, can you call the cleanse? Sure. Okay. The tank is keeping the boss on one side and then using the two crates close to him, and then the DPS is doing one side, and then the ads are being split between the two. This is actually my first time, so I'm just looking at what they're doing. It's interesting. The first boss, the tank died of stacks, and then you just killing all ADs or killing all ADs or shield burst. Shield burst. Or killing all ads. They're taking out the ads. The first boss, the tank died, and then they just dodge tanked the whole thing while giving away. That'll be a long fight. Oh, is that why the fight is long? Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, it's a really long fight. Like, it's not like the boss fight is entertaining after the first like 20 minutes of the same cycle over and over again. So it feels horrible for the Blade Master. Like, I genuinely felt the Blade Master's pain as they were running back and forth between things. I can definitely see why there is some discourse on the Discord about melees. The first boss was okay. The arena was fairly small, but this one, like, if the strategy that they're gonna go with the tank, it stinks. If DPS is okay, you stay on boss. Yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. Yeah, right. Like, they didn't communicate. Like, this is a pickup group, so they didn't communicate. I would have suggested that the Blade Master just stay on the boss, because the two are split. The two that are at top are they're pretty much even. If you took the Blade Master not having to run around, they're pretty much even. So they had enough for the trolls. I guess we have a ranger now, so that goes. I'm trying to record Jotun Scar at least once. 10 seconds, set of mobs, kill them and cleanse early, then go to the mobs before they spawn to ensure kills, otherwise everyone gets skulls. Yeah. Yeah. That seems like that's what that is. Sounds like that's exactly what is being observed. Someone needs to take a bathroom break, so I'll wait for that. For the record, I'm not really looking for an explanation. Can you see leaderboard? For the record, I'm not looking for an explanation of the dungeon mechanic. That kind of defeats the whole purpose. Playing the dungeon. Like, I don't do the, hey, we're gonna have everything in there. That's okay. I've played this game for a very long time. Yeah, I played, like, it's okay. This is as exciting as it gets nowadays. If you know what I mean. Like, seeing the things happen is as exciting as it can get. Your days from 10 years? Yeah, I've been, my character is from beta. Yeah, this is as exciting as it gets, which is like, oh, hey, these guys are fine. Like, the tank asked, who's new here? the tank said, "Who's new here?" And I'm like, "Me." And then the tank was fine, so the tank just asked to do certain things. So I'm like, "All right, well, we'll just play it by that." Otherwise, typically people just sit here and explain the whole thing to me. Like, all right, I mean, fair enough. So it's okay. Like, you can. I understand how exciting it is to share strategies and whatnot. However, hopefully I get to see all of it before my like coverage or like this thing is. It's cool to see OP heal point of view. You haven't played the role since old Paragons. Funny story. I didn't play a paladin in the old Paragons, so it's kind of humorous to not even know what the old Paragons were like. I play paladin now is because you fill in heal or tank, and then it allows me to look at the DPS. So most of the time, healing allows me to look at the DPS, and then maybe on a blue moon that I play a pain giver, it would be nice to see it. So it does feel like the comments about melee friendly is kind of warranted. It really isn't melee friendly. I mean, over these 10 plus years, it's fairly obvious that hasn't changed. Although the old stuff, like the really old stuff, melees are kind of just invincible. Like they're dump truck, they're like cyber trucks. So hang on. I gotta oh, hang on. I gotta oops. I have to type something, so I'm gonna be calling out the cleanse, so we'll see which cleanse it is. The tank has to decide which direction are you going? Okay. Alt was great for melee. Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, that is a fair point. So the tank, what you call it, the wizard asked me to call out the cleanse, so that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. Whenever I'm tabbing. Okay, that was weird. I thought I got hit by that. I couldn't even see it. Oh, that was a little early. My bad. I think it's 2 sets of mobs, yeah. Oh. Okay. I'm keeping track of like the timing with the stacks, so then I don't have to worry about how long it takes. I'm basically just looking at my stack counter for the timer. which is right in the middle of my screen. It's around 14. 14, 15. Hopefully the ranger is okay. The ranger is dead. Oh, yep. The ranger pushed too hard. Oh, wait. I didn't call out for them, unfortunately. What are their stacks at? I think the warlock might bite the dust here. Or I might. Oh, no. Warlock is cutting it too close. Uh-oh. We're just gonna have to take this one. It has to be here. Because one of them's gonna go down. You have to take it. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I was keeping track of the warlock's stacks. It was too long. Okay. Too far away. So the ranger did not take the one thing. That's okay. You know, I know y'all can do this. There's like a split second. You can technically wait until your stacks are 19. If you cut it close and you do 19, you can do it in one rotation. But you have to cut it at 19. If you cut it at 14 or 15 stacks, you would have to hit both of them. Every 14 or 15 stacks. That ranger was like half a second off. They hit 24 stacks the moment the thing lit up. Like a split second before. Which, it's because we cleansed too soon. So they stayed in the circle for a second later when they were originally cleansing the first time. They could make one whole cycle without it. I mean, I wouldn't play it that way. That sounds like pretty wild. Hello? Oh, here it is. Yeah, the heal range is right out of range. It's crazy. Okay. Alright, so now I'm more oriented. Okay. I'm doing it like 2 seconds earlier. I don't know if I need to do it any earlier than that. I could wait one second later. I don't want to make the guys anxious, basically. Okay. It looks good. Kind of look like a well-oiled machine. Am I a fan of permadeath stuff? I don't know. I think the heavy reliance on like permadeath stacking is kind of a new age thing at this point. At least I can do this now, though. So that's kind of a neat extra task. I do like my task. Although the screen indicator is already good enough, honestly. The frost indicator on the screen. Oh no. Hello? Oh, wow, that was close. The heck? That was really close. Questionable. You're saying this is the slow way. Hey, come. Alright. I was a little worried about the warlock there. Just a little wee bit worried. So I guess he doesn't phase? No. Doesn't look like anything changed after like the 50% mark. Maybe there might be something that changes in the 20% mark? Possibly. Come, my friends. Come huddle by the blue fire of whatever. Hello? Okay. So he's even out of Hand of Divinity range from that position. I need to pay attention to their artifacts. I don't exactly know when they're using it. I don't know, I'm just gonna throw this out. I saw the frog, but I was a little late. Whenever I see the frog, it's like, you missed your artifact window. Oh. Nice.
Useless.
Well played.
All of you are useless. Unworthy of the Destroyer.
Neat. Clap. I still think the boss has too much HP. Because you kind of the thing about HP is you're not trying to prolong the boss largely because of attrition, but the boss didn't really like it's not like the boss was matriculating or phasing. Okay, so there is a caveat to here though. Maybe it's just the advanced version. So the thing that I have to keep in mind is the boss's HP might be scaled in a manner because the master version, right? The master version might have a second phase, but that boss did not have a second phase. The first boss did not have a second phase either. And there was a time, you know, there's a really long established time that the boss would phase at 50%, and usually at 20% there's like some sort of, I don't know, check or hyper close-knit like rush to like a DPS rush or a durability rush or a healing rush in the end. But the first boss and second boss of this dungeon did not have any second phases. Despite having quite a lot of HP, there's a chance that the master's mechanic is where the warrant for the large HP, I don't know.
Hear me,
oh.
Witness me.
Interesting. That was very short. It's just 3 corridors. You'll know about hypo? No. Or, like, how hypo works? Or you mean this hypo? I don't. I will have arrows and circles, yeah. Uh-huh. You want me to be with you during hypo? You can give me full shield and I can solo, or you have to stack with me. Alright. Alright. I'll probably do both. Yeah, so it's a hypo thing. That's fine. I wonder if I can survive it. That's a better question. If you stack a gold circle, goes on ground and you both have to get in different circles. Okay, if you stack a gold circle, goes on ground, you both have to get in different circles. A single arrow with poison needs to be taken from you. Okay, so single arrows avoid or needs to be taken from me. A single arrow with poison needs to be taken from me. Okay, so I'll have my eyes peeled for the hypo. Something about getting into 2 different circles of gold. So that's probably the frost, encroaching frost thing. I don't know what they mean by a single arrow with poison. Maybe I stand in front of it? We'll see. This sounds involved. Neat. Very neat. Alright. So and we have to cleanse in this one too? Yeah. I imagine the gold circle was the cleanse part. So let's see. Alright. I want to see this. Oh, he is infected as all get out. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh. Oh, that's the poison. I see. Single arrow poison. I see. I see. Different circles. Oh wait, is that the cleanse too? That might be the cleanse. Can I survive this? I can survive this. Oh boy. Neat. Neat. Very neat. I didn't see what hit me there. Huh. Oh, is that permafrost? Oh, wait. Do we hide behind these? Single arrow. I see that. Okay. I figured they're like line of. Okay. Oh, okay. We're just gonna reset. So there's definitely Hallister's blast going around because there's ice pillars. So that's what hit. Interesting. I wonder what deposits the ice pillars. Right, after that hypo, you'll see some yellow circles, right? Stand in one until it's gone. Yeah, that's the cleanse, right? So we still have to do this end or we die. Yeah, fair enough. And then, oh, you have to stand in it the whole time. I see. There are some ice pillars that kind of remind me of, you know, the blast, the wind blast. I imagine that's... I didn't see any pillars then. Okay. So he's saying stand in the circle. We'll do that. Interesting. It's very involved. There's like a lot of things going around. Or full shield you and I'll solo either way. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think it's... It kind of looks like a sensory overload, in my opinion, for... If you're like not ready or if you're not used to seeing all these indicators, they are definitely a new indicator. The arrow, the single arrow poison circle thing is a new indicator. That's interesting. And that's probably the thing he's referring to. Have to take one of them. A single arrow needs to be taken from you. Yeah, so I have to... Maybe I'll do it or something. And then there are 3 grills on the ground. Yeah. Oh, and that's the depositing. Okay. Alright, cool. This music, though. Honestly, I'm just gonna take it with him. Oh, you have to stand on those circles. Ah. So you have to stand icy. That's what they mean. Okay. On those little tiny gold circles. Oh, that's awkward. And then, do you have to stand behind these pillars or not? You probably have to, right? Or, oh, the tank has to guard. Okay. Intriguing. It's fine. He can take the hypo, right? Yeah. I'll just full shield him. Get in the circle! Oh, no. What? Okay. So, alright. Is this like... Oh, this is the... Don't get in circles if you solo. Oh, don't get in circle if you solo. Okay, okay. If you stack with me on hypo, get in one. Oh, if not, don't. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. A reverse mechanic. Intriguing. Neat. So taking the hypo together, you need to get into the gold circle to maybe like if taking the hypo has a benefit to it, the following, maybe it gets you take reduced damage after taking the hypo. So if everyone's like taking the hypo, they have to get into a circle. Interesting. It's kind of like a reverse hypo. That's neat. Probably, I like that. That's pretty cool. The totem thing. When you break the ice off totems, take them out. Oh, phase will come with ads. Oh, I see. So they have to charge, probably he has to charge the boss into the totem, and then they can remove the totem before the... It kind of reminds me of like a Valindra thing where you have to get rid of the totem, the stuff before the ad spawn. Neat. The music is fantastic. Now I'm gonna try to observe what the tank is doing because I'm most likely going to end up tanking, using the tanking role as well, so... I see. So he's solo tanking the hypo. Obviously, this is not ideal for masters, but we'll go with it now. Hypo mechanics are okay. Yeah, so he's trying to charge it, and then you get rid of the tank, and then we stay in the... So it's not a ice blast situation. And then you want to get out of the path of the totem because the tank is going to run the thing into the totem. I could probably run a lay on hands in this situation. So I can probably just lay on hands the dude immediately after the hypo for the time being. But I don't expect this. Masters, you have to share the hypo, so... But this wouldn't be too much of an adjustment. Hypos are not the craziest adjustment. I think the tank has the most fun in this fight. The Heckman. Tank's having all the fun. Also spinning the boss around and getting your other members deleted from the map is pretty funny though. That's a possibility here. Okay, here's the ads section. Okay. That guy is too far away. You're too far away, dude.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Lots of obscurity, man. My screen. That is a cleave if I've ever seen one. Oh! Ow. Oh, rip. This does look properly epic. Oh, rip. I got whacked. It didn't cleanse. Must have missed a cleanse. Somewhere. I don't know where I missed the cleanse. Got swept up in all the epic music and the in all the like the blizzard effects and stuff. Interesting. Neato. Well, sucks. I mean, really, really fun. It's definitely something to look at. It's kind of a looker. The boss is a looker. Maybe I might am getting some frost stacks from somewhere. Maybe like standing in the vortexes creating like those swirly things. I might be getting some excess stacks from somewhere else, so I better keep an eye out on, because it didn't look like I missed a cleanse opportunity. It didn't look like I had a cleanse opportunity. So maybe some of the vortexing and stuff, there's a chance. That's a weird totem. That is a very weird totem. I'm glad I get to show this. I really wasn't expecting to be able to show this and like listen to the music and all that stuff before, like, because next week is the last week. I wasn't gonna cover 10 weeks of this like I normally do. So it's nice that we got an opportunity. The pillars? The totem actually, oh no. Oh, yikes. I was gonna say the totem actually breaks the line of sight, like the cursor's line of sight. I just saw it happen because they're solid things. Oh, that's awkward.
For Vaprak, for the Destroyer!
Oh. Then it's probably gonna be here. Oh, neat. The thing actually lets up. The storm lets up. Where is there a cleanse? Oh, here it is. Okay. I couldn't do it. Too far. Yeah, he was trapped in the corner. the hand of divinity could not reach him. I was not able to get close enough, too far in the corner. This was fun. Okay. Is that dodgeable? I wonder. How'd the group up? Easy clap. Oh. Oh, because it's warm. I see. Interesting. Alright. Guess that's a wrap. Alright. For the rangers going to bed. Neat. I guess we've pretty much seen all of this stuff. So yeah, the tank has to move around consistently on the crates. Do I like the hypo mechanic? I like the hypo into the reverse hypo mechanic. I wonder, it would be great if that was rewarded with something. I imagine there's not much beyond that. For the advanced version anyway. Five minutes break toilet. I could use a toilet break too. Possibly. So the giant does block line of sight as well for the lay on hand. It's just that hypo? I don't think so.
Roll for initiative.
Alright. We found another ranger. Rangers. Alright. This is definitely a proper way to experience the dungeon running experience. UX bind. Oh, they're two. Oh, they're inspecting like mounts and companions. I imagine they mean two like spine companions. Sworn these show up. They don't show up. They don't show up on the bar. There's a guy still in the bathroom. Are you? Nice. That's interesting. I wonder what he's running for. Ooh. Interesting. I didn't prepare any overload things for this, so... Okie dokie. Oh, do I have Raptor? Yeah, I have Raptor. Bill 2x spine. X spine. Oh yeah, I do see a 2x spine.
I hope you like jamming too.
Okay. No 2x spine left. Alright. Eventually. Don't both change. Okay, so the guy said 2x spine, and then both the players who had spine, they both changed at the same time. Or like they both changed. Okay. And now one of them has to change back, so. Alright. Oh, there we go. Alright. Sounds good. Okie dokie. XU spine? Wait, what do you mean? Osmo is using spine. You guys are AFK? And now we're back to 2 spines. Wow. I'm debating. Yeah, like this guy is like really toxic. I know it's not like I have a courtesy curtain on this, but this guy is really toxic. Like he's telling the other members to switch, so the members switch, right? Then they switched, and then he told someone else to switch, so then he switched again. And this guy is legitimately just saying, man, you guys must be dumb or something. It's like, no wonder it took you so long to get to this point. And then start calling everyone like drunk and AFK and stuff. Even though everyone's switching out of courtesy of switching because this person keeps demanding something be switched. Like, I don't know if it's a language barrier, right? Maybe it's a language barrier, but the way this guy uses English is clearly not a language barrier because they use words like drugged up and stuff. Like colloquial English. This person's using colloquial English. So, I have no idea, but I was very tempted. Like, this guy's so narcissistic about being the person. Like, dude, you're part of the problem. You have poor communication skills. When 4 people are being courteous to each other, and the person is insulting the group.
For Vabrak, for the Destroyer!
It's not the group, it's the person. What the... We had to share that hypo. I wasn't sure if that down would lower his HP too far. Oh, so you share the poison, huh? Do you share the poison? I feel like you share the poison. Yeah. It seems like the one guy shares the poison. Oh, ow. Oops. Oh, okay. You do share the poison. Fair enough. Needed to confirm.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Dang it. Can we get a cleanse, please? Is this gonna show up or what? I had to take the cleanse. I don't think the hypo and the reverse hypo is a problem. It does seem like there's a bit of a trust issue here. Oh wait. Are you not supposed to after poisoning? Okay. Huh. Is he gonna get his stacks or what? Oh no. I think he got it.
Witness me, Vaprak.
Gotta share this. There was no time to shield him. Oh. Oh, dang it. That was my bad. I wasn't sure if I were stepped in or not. Oh, okay. Oh, goodness, that cone. All right, we did it. Okay, hooray! Clap, clap. All right, let's see what we get. No weapons. What is this? Another weapon. Oh, hey, something we could use. You haven't played this game in so long? Fair enough. Fair enough. Can I... Nope. Neat. See, it's still alive? Yeah, still alive. So that was the first. There we go. GG. Alright. So, we did get to record, at least. We got to record the Advance Jotun Scar. So nice. Squeezed it in before the last week. So next week is the last week. I think overall it's a lot of fun. The last boss is a lot more engaging than the first and second one. Although I kind of see what they're, upon reflection, I kind of see what they were going for. They were building up. So the first boss is the most, like, it's building on the mechanic. So I like that. I think it makes a lot more, it flows a lot more nowadays because I enjoy how they kept building up. So the first boss had you had the showing of the frost mechanic, right? The encroaching frost mechanic. And then the gold circles to cleanse. And then the rest is fairly routine. You have your attack cycle and the basilisk. The basilisk was thrown in for the kind of the spell plague situation. Spell plague, basilisk seems to hang around and you don't want to get paralyzed in it. And then you cleanse it. And it's a smaller arena. Then in the second boss, they expand the arena and introduce the crates as opposed to the stationary things. And then it's a larger arena with 2 sets of ads coming from different directions, right? And then the boss has a larger cone of attack. And then the final boss is even bigger than that. It's an even bigger arena, only now it's stacked on top where you have the totem mechanic, the hypo and the reverse hypo, which I was doing. It's not a big deal. I think the tank was very precarious. So the tank moves expecting someone not to go to him. So that's kind of the poison mechanic, the poison arrow mechanic is a little confusing. I think it's not dodgeable by me, but I think it's dodgeable by the DPS, and I think that's what they were referring to. That's no longer going to be dodgeable in the future. The patch, there was a patch notes about something being dodgeable on the last boss, right? And someone else who was an OP, like a paladin heal perspective, they mentioned that there's no way to dodge it, right? And I think that was the poison thing. The poison arrow thing was the thing that wasn't dodgeable because you have to guard. You can't dodge out of it. And it looks like when I was looking at the DPS, they're able to dodge the thing. However, in the patch notes, it was said that they're removing that. And the follow-up to the patch notes is they failed to implement it. So I don't know if that includes advancing. I think that's the thing that was being dodged. So you do have to take the poison, so to speak. And apparently the poison spreads. Maybe that's how I'm like, there's a chance I'm inappropriately interpreting it. Or you're supposed to spend, like maybe you're supposed to spread the poison between 2 members and then the other member takes it to the other member. I don't know. I don't think it's that complicated. Like it can lead to that complex. It would be cool if that's how you do it, where the first person gets poisoned, right? They get poison marker arrow and they have to give it to another person and that other person needs to give it to. That would be kind of neat. That's kind of in the wheelhouse of my like enjoyment of mechanics, but I don't think that's the case. I think the poison is meant to be avoided. So the person takes the poison stack and they have to survive, which the healer then, it's a heal check on the poison thing. Otherwise, if you spread the poison, more people will have the poison in the following thing. So like if the whole team stacks on top of each other on the poison, then all 3 of them will get another poison, a follow-up poison. Maybe. That one was unclear, but it was really fun. Again, I don't necessarily think if someone played this game for a very long time, which I'm not saying they did, like most people do, it's rarely ever overwhelming. Like, despite looking at most of the things, and despite being a grounded paladin, right? A paladin is grounded, period. When you get frost, right? When frost slows your movement down and then you can't dodge out, there's no iframes, and you're kind of screwed. And you're always needing to move. But the tank, you can kind of see how the tank moves. I usually tank most of the time. And you can see that the tank is moving in a way that they don't necessarily trust the other players, especially when the tank consistently tries to move away from me with the hypo. And I specifically said, like, I could do both. Like, we can put a full shield on you and do the hypo, because now we know the reverse hypo. The reverse hypo is pretty neat. I really like the new mechanic, the reverse hypo. It would be, in my opinion, a lot more interesting in the future if the mechanic is like hypo mechanic, but the more efficient the hypo mechanic is into the reverse hypo, the more damage or more injured, like it'd be incentivized. It would be really awesome, at least in my opinion, that when they introduce new mechanics in the future, the new mechanics also have a reward process for executing the mechanic well. So like a scaling mechanic. So say, all right, well, some people would say, okay, hypo, pick the minimum number of people that need to be in the hypo so the rest don't have to worry about it. And then when you reverse hypo, it looked like when you get hypoed, the number of circles kind of, it looked like it was 1-to-1 with the people in the hypo, because the one time the tank had the only hypo, the circle only corresponded to 1. But it would be great if, as opposed to minimizing the number of people that need to run to the hypo, which is a natural tendency, right? Like, the natural tendency is that the tank, if they can tank the hypo, they would do it alone. That's the natural tendency. If the tank can't do it alone, it would be the healer and the tank, right? And then the girthiest DPS. However, it usually goes up. Like, the more members you have, the safer it is. Now, the reverse hypo, that's really neat, because you might be able to reward and condition new mechanics by balancing out the risk rewards for executing in an efficient group movement. Like, if you had 4 reverse hypos, it somehow makes the boss fight go quicker. Versus, like, so the idea is when there's an interesting mechanic like that, I think incentivizing that something goes faster by executing a complicated movement is, I haven't even considered that for some time, like a response. Like, in my opinion, it's not very often that the developers try to, without saying too much, I already talked about the whole big thing about, oh, the advanced players or the end game players and their like closed group think the game is really too easy, right? And then we have random pickup groups, which is what we demonstrated today. We cycled out a bunch of people. The tank was the seasoned player as well as the warlock. I think the 3 that stuck were seasoned players, like their experience. I was inexperienced, and then we cycled through a blade master and 2 rangers, right? Despite that, there wasn't any particular thing that I would say, dang, when you see it once, you're like, I have no idea what's going on. So to me, I think now this is with my lens bias, right? This is from a perspective of someone who don't watch YouTube videos and explicitness and have been playing the game for a substantial amount of time. That's not to say that people who think it's too hard, right? Those who are new and maybe returning, who may not necessarily have seen those things over and over again, they might need some leeway. So that's where this division is happening, this huge gap between instilling new mechanics or change up in notation and mechanics versus the people who said it's way too easy because everything's been seen before, which I agree, honestly. Like, when I did that dungeon, the first boss was basically jerry-rigged by dodge tanking in the end, which is a very common thing to see. If you're the healer, you're basically so used to seeing someone dodge into a hill. So, like, I usually heal where they dodge to. It happens a lot. Scrambling. The first boss was fun because it was scrambling. The second boss, that's just arduously long. So like, to me, that's where incentive mechanics would be awesome. Like, for example, a bonus for everyone gathering in one circle on the second boss. That would be kind of neat. Where, like, the more people gathering in a single circle, it empowers them and speeds up the boss takedown. That would be really neat. Or having everyone in the gold circle while the tank has to bring the boss to the gold circle. That would incentivize melee over range to balance out the in my opinion, the second boss is really unfriendly to melee. The third boss is kind of okay. The first boss is small arena. Like, for example, if to encourage the second boss mechanic to, like, make it so that the group has equal contribution, whether you're melee or range, is the idea that it reminds me of Vault. I have Vault all in my head, like Vault of the Stars. The gold circle is often the vulnerability circle, right? That was the idea. So it would be cool for the second boss where the tank is responsible for dragging the boss to one of the cleansing circles. That incentivizes learning that the cleansing circle is an incentive to be in. So then, when on top of that, you can incentivize its effectiveness by having more players in the circle, including the boss in the circle. So the boss can get a debuff from being in the gold circle. That's the tank's bonus for being a good tank, right? You don't have to use the mechanic. It's incentivized to use the mechanic. So I think that's a great way to go into building habits for mechanics. If you want to speed up a takedown, you have to efficiently do it, but not harshly punished in a manner that makes the person not care to want to do it in the first place, to minimize effort. So, like, things like that would be a really cool design in the future, where the tank would drag the boss to a gold circle, and the gold circle amplifies its debuff if there are more players in it. So then it wouldn't be like, you have, hey, can we get 3 range DPS? And the range DPS just stays really, really far away from the boss, right? There's no incentive. Like, even if they're close, it's still the same damage as they're far away, so to speak, right? And then you're running the risk of being in the boss's cone or something like that. I think things like that would be awesome. And in my opinion, it was very inspired. The reverse hypo is really great idea. I hope that they take this into the future where, like, okay, well, how confident do you feel we could execute an expert maneuver with everyone to speed things up, or we can play it mid-safe, have like half the group commit to it, because there's a risk reward. If you get the hypo but you miss the reverse hypo, there's a higher risk reward. If the reverse hypo, the more people that are in the reverse hypo, I don't even know what it's called. I think it's just called a thaw, a hypo and thaw. Maybe hypo and hyper, but it thaws the hypo on you basically, and because it looks like sun-esque heat situation. I get it. It would be great if there was an incentive in that way. I think that opens up really great possibilities. The final boss, fantastic. I'm not sure about the eye sharing blizzard thing. Obfuscating your vision is not the greatest way to increase like difficulty or like creating overwhelming senses. I get it that a way to increase the level of difficulty is to create more saturation, right? Saturation, throw in a few more vortices, and then throw in a few more arrows, and then let's throw in like a couple more arrow effects to be overwhelmingly difficult. Personally, I can see that being a really big stopgap for people who play the game. Like visually, that can be a problem, and it can be off-putting for the sake of like people with sensory overload situations. I can't really speak to that. I typically do look at things, a lot of things at the same time. So I'm fairly comfortable with seeing like 16 things going on or like 16 indicators on the screen while I'm thinking about the next move. Like after one run, right? After one or two runs, I've already noticed sufficiently, and I think that that gives credence to the people who design the dungeons. I think the markers and stuff are very clear. Now, what's not consistent sometimes I don't think the markers really show up really well. But when they do, they're great. And then the whole Blizzard thing kind of obscures the thing, so it can feel a little cheap, right? It's fantastic. I had a really fun blast. Now, here's the down. Now I'm gonna do a counterexample. I wouldn't want to do that 300 to 400 times just to see something. Like just to see a piece of gear. Like that's way besides the point, right? Like this is where the sour part comes in about this game's design because of the live service model. That was really fun the first time, someone says like, oh, just follow this guy or just this guy. I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about. You go in, it's all good, right? A couple times, great. But that effort is no longer incentivized. Like the idea, the very nature that those guys were willing to wipe a couple times and then do it, wipe a couple times and do it, and then cycle through 3 people, that is unprecedented nowadays. It's like 1 out of 10. Like the Blade Master was about average. You do like 2 or 3 runs and it's gone. They're gone. Above average, actually. 1 wipe, the person would leave. 2 wipes, that's pretty impressive. 3 wipes, they're standing in the long hall, sort of. 50-50. 4 wipes, they're in it to the end. And that is great. There was communication, although the guy that dropped in, really weirdly toxic. And they were the one that screwed up in the end, which is ironic. They screwed up at the end. So, I don't know about that. That was unnecessary. I was really close to like, I mean, I do my, like, fill in the, I brought up this. I know it doesn't really mean all that much to other people, but for myself, I brought up, like, the report thing, and I was gonna write something. I was gonna write the, I do that, in my opinion. In the end, it all worked out, so, fair enough. I really liked it. It was enjoyable. I think it can be more. It can definitely be more. Having new mechanics have an incentive for executing a complex maneuver as an incentive, not as a punishment. Like, I think so many things is not rewarded for team play. Like, it's either you fail a mechanic and you wipe, versus you are you succeed in the mechanic, but it's less punishing. Like, that's, I didn't realize how much of that, I just now was inspired to realize that, yeah, most of the dungeon runs and trial is the execution of a mechanic is either you get punished more or punished less for an execution of an advanced mechanic or like a group mechanic. But there's rarely a situation, I can think of a couple though, where the group is rewarded for excellent mechanics. Like excellent execution of the mechanics to alleviate. I can think of one, you mean off my head, Infernal Citadel. Infernal Citadel was, I did enjoy Infernal Citadel quite a lot, despite all the bugs and whatnot. Obviously, that's a broken record at this point since I've been playing through all those bugs in this game. But generally, all 3 of the bosses, there was a brutal punishment for not obeying the mechanics, right? There's a lesser punishment for mediocre obeying the mechanic, and then there's an excellent reward for executing the best mechanic. Like for example, the last boss where you stack on all five, stacking on a panel versus like splitting up in half. So there's a degree of execution. And I think that would be a great way to incentivize adoption of mechanics. And whoever decided that, hey, hypo sucks. Like people are bad at hypo. Like that. When I say people, I'm talking about the hypothetical average person. So I'm not talking about any one person. Hopefully, no one took that personally because hypo happens. The one white when the tank said it's just because of that hypo, and my first thought is like it's not because of that hypo. Like that's what hypo does to players because he walked out of range. And I didn't frame it in that way. I said I was out of range. So when I was holding Hand of Divinity, right, in the thawing circle, when I was cleansing and holding Hand of Divinity, he kept backing into a corner. So the moment the hypo went off, the shield went down, the shield timed out, the overshield went down, and my Hand of Divinity did not reach. That happened several times. And so instead, for the last run, the run that took forever because the ranger was being overly toxic, in my opinion, openly toxic. Despite, we were successful and we did it. I just stuck with the tank. Like if I see the tank get hypo, I'm just gonna do the hypo mechanic and then the reverse hypo. Like instead of trying to predict which direction he's gonna go or something, I should have just stuck with the tank because tanks can walk out of range of a healer, especially a paladin healer, because you're holding down Hand of Divinity. At least that's how I do it, right? So I needed to adjust. Instead of using Hand of Divinity really far away and trying to maximize my range, which was what I was doing in the second boss, I stayed well within range and just expect, like, if the hypo comes up and I don't have Hand of Divinity up, like charged up, I simply take the hypo with them. Like that was the idea. Usually, in my opinion, this is my personal bias, I usually keep line of sight of my healer when I'm a tank at all times, because running out of range, it's a lose-lose situation. The healer scrambles to place themselves in danger and the tank has to move further. So that's my personal take on it. And that's what I meant by it really felt like while the tank knew that the tank was a very nice person. They were like saying, hey, you guys can do it. Like, I believe in you guys and all that. That was really, really nice of the tank. However, the tank moved like they didn't trust me because I was new, or like I said, I didn't know this. Like, what do you mean? Because they asked like, hey, do you know the hypo mechanic? I'm like how it works? Or do you mean this hypo is special? And it was special because there was a follow-up reverse thing, which was neat. And that was like the first time it happened, he had to explain it. It's like, oh, so you're not supposed to get in if you're solo hypoing. I'm like, oh, that's really neat. So for myself, that was the highlight. That's such a great idea. Whoever did that was like, kudos to you, because hypo sucks. Like, people suck at hypo. Now, if you can incentivize a follow-up, that would be like cherry on top, in my opinion. Right now, it's a punish. Like, if you take the hypo and you miss the reverse mechanic, right, the follow-up mechanic, then you get punished for it. I think it would be awesome if instead of using negative reinforcement to create elevated mechanics, there may also require an incentive, not only a negative reinforcement, but a positive proactive movement, right? That would be great. Like something like when you cleanse, if you cleanse at a certain time, you get a bonus for cleansing in that cycle. So like, for example, if you manage to cleanse below 10 stacks, you get a buff. If you manage to cleanse between 10 and 24, nothing happens. And then the timer, the way the timer works is it's going to fluctuate between a small... This is kind of like perfect guarding, or in fighting games where you can just guard, right? You just frame the guard, aka perfect guard, or you can preempt guard, which is a block, and then you can parry, which is prior the beginning and the end cycle. So I know this sounds a little bit complicated. In action, it will be intuitive because it's a scale. If you cleanse early, as in you're vigilant, and you cleanse early to the maximum event, like the maximum efficiency, you are rewarded with a faster takedown. The boss's mechanics not going to change, and the length of the boss will change, but that doesn't mean that the person is learning more mechanics, right? In endurance and attrition is the worst, in my opinion, one of the least engaging intellectually type of boss fight. Attrition, just wear the player down because of boss length, not novelty in mechanics and knowledge. So the idea is it would be cool to have a mechanic where it incentivizes being more efficient, like on your A game, a normal window, a window in which it negates, so you're avoiding the negative reinforcement, right? The negative punishment. And then there's failure. So that means that 24 and plus is death, right? 15 to 24 is normal, and then 10 to 15 is a slight buff. And then you can't achieve anything earlier because that would also be outside of failure. Because if you cleanse too soon, you can still punish for being too soon. So that's kind of a resolution that I feel is missing, in my opinion, in Neverwinter. You are not rewarded for executing efficiency. It's not tailored or scaled. So the player are either only incentivized to do the minimum, which is, I've talked about this a lot in language learning. Like when you're learning a language or when you're practicing baseball or something, oftentimes people think of the ideal case as the maximum or the projected. So like, hey, I'm going to study for 2 hours. So you only study for 2 hours. Or, hey, I'm only going to do these chapters in the homework. And you only do those chapters in the homework. If you do any less, you fail. Neverwinter design. If you do more, you get nothing. Neverwinter design. Like, that's what I feel is missing right now. There's no range. Like, oh, if you do 10, for example, if you do all of your assignment, that's average. That's what's expected of you. If you do extra, you get extra credit. And if you can consistently do extra, you get even more extra credit, right? And then if you do worse, you get less punishment. As in, you get a punishment, but it's a lesser punishment. And if you really mess up, like you're just ignoring the whole thing, brutal punishment. And that's already done, right? That's already done. Permadeath, they already do stacks and permadeath for the end. Like brutal punishment, mitigated punishment, and ideal. That's the only range Neverwinter, in my opinion, for as long as I remembered the intent of the design. I'm not saying you can't make an argument. I already made an argument for Infernal Citadel where you can get... I don't think it was intended though. Like the intent is often the boss is there to punish you. So the mechanics are either you execute it and you get no incentive to want to execute it better than the usual, other than scaling up the boss and making a master edition where they hit harder and stuff, so you have to enforce it. And at the master is like cap, it's always the ideal. And then everything else is how much level punishment can you ignore, basically. And that's kind of the behavior of Neverwinter. How much of the punishment can you circumvent? When the game gets too easy, it also means you're circumventing the most number of punishment. Like in Advance, what is the incentive? Make your tank Get a tank that can soak up and ignore a couple mechanics. Get enough DPS to ignore a couple of mechanics. That is the offshoot of having a system that is only predicated on negative reinforcement. And I know I'm talking about a video game right now, but like, however, most of my time is not playing the aspect of being successful in a video game. It's the aspect of being consistent in doing something, building skills, life lessons, routine. That this system is not habit forming. It is only wagered on negativity. Negative reinforcement is terrifyingly effective for the amount of effort. So it's low effort effectiveness. High effort effectiveness that goes beyond habit formation, like life lessons, is positive reinforcement. So what is a positive reinforcement and feedback? When you do something even better than the developer anticipated, you are rewarded for it. However, that only happens in Neverwinter, where like the developer didn't intend for something to work. The players developed something that it was not even intended, and it broke the developer's design. Then the developer nerfed that and remove that accolade instead of building on top of it. So, for example, here's positive reinforcement. Hey, they kind of broke our boss. And then the developer would think of, oh, you know what? That's really clever. Let's go build something on top of it to make it more difficult. Not, hey guys, I know you guys discovered like a way to like completely break our boss, so we're just gonna prevent you from doing it again so that you can play the boss the way we intended. That is negative reinforcement. That is taking something away. Like, oh, hey guys, I know you guys learned how to like spin the boss and exploit our thing. We built something on top. Now you can't do it, but you can still try to do it, but we're building on top. We saw what you did, really cheeky. Go ahead and do that. Now we're gonna add a mechanic on top that makes that dangerous. That to me is positive reinforcement. You're challenging each other to do better. Like, for example, one of the bosses, right? You can keep spinning the boss. If you have enough movement speed, you can just spin the boss and the boss never executes its attack and it just dies, right? It's still there. I'll let you use your imagining. There are some that might not be there anymore, or like you can keep a specific distance and the boss never acts, right? Instead, secretly it's like, hey guys, we patched something. Instead of removing it, like say, oh, we noticed that you guys do this. We're gonna add a new mechanic on top of the boss. Now the boss, when the boss hasn't act in so much, it will like pick a target and introduce a new mechanic to like punish the people, like more like instead of punishing, but outfox them. So then you get to decide, okay, well, what clever way are they gonna do now? Are they gonna persist? That to me is more of a positive reinforcement. You're proactively challenging the emergence of your player playing against your boss. It's different from taking something away. So to me, right now, one of the biggest things that I see in the dungeon design that is not great is anytime something fails, there's no incentive to do it better. And then when you execute it, there's also no incentive to do it better. There's a consistent incentive to do less or more. So like you're constantly behaviorally trying to do the least amount of work to get by. It doesn't feel great to want to do and go beyond the call. Like, hey guys, watch this. If we can execute this 5-man hypo and then execute the 5-man reverse, right? The reverse situation, the boss takes like a 15% hit to defense, or like literally a 15% visual HP loss. That would immediately get people to want to hypo properly so quickly and then do the reverse mechanic. I think the reason why I'm using that example is because there is an incentive to follow-ups, and I think follow-ups are a great idea. I haven't there are a couple follow-ups, like, but they're punishment. Like, for example, the Hallister storm, or more like the giant storm, right, from Fangbreaker Island, where I kept hiding behind the totem, like, because I thought the totem was trying, like, I was expecting a Hallister blast because the giant was like channeling, and I'm like, wait, should I get behind? So I was like using line of sight because I thought that's what they're going to do, where they do a follow-up technique where ice blocks go up, and then you need to avoid, you need to use the ice block to prevent the ice blast, right? That kind of thing. That's punishment on punishment. So to me, that's like, oh, if you didn't fail the first mechanic, you might fail the second mechanic. Instead of, hey, if you can succeed in the first mechanic and you also succeed really well in the second mechanic, you get rewarded. If you succeed in the first mechanic but you didn't quite nail the second mechanic, it's not a wipe. That's kind of the problem I have with seeing what Neverwinter design is like now. In my opinion, it's negative on negative, and oftentimes it's all or none multiple times. In order to increase the difficulty of the game, it is multiple punishments on top of multiple punishments, and most of them are all or none. You either do it all or you fail at any point. There's one point of failure in everything. So like, if they tried to do a complex mechanic, it's okay, you succeeded in the first step, great. If you fail the second step, it doesn't matter if you succeed in the first step, you failed. And then you add a third step. If you fail the third step, it doesn't matter if you do the second or first step. It's kind of incrementally being a negative punishment. Rarely is it ever the other way around, where it goes the full spectrum. I know I'm being nitpicky here. It's probably fairly nitpicky from the idea of game design, right? I get it. In game design, you do whatever you want. You can make it as punishing as you want. You can drive your player base away. You can prevent your players from growing or like getting new players, and then you can keep, you know, pandering and sucking up to players that are very high aptitude and they want you to make harder content despite being angry at you for making punishment content, right? Like cheap deaths and all that stuff. All of that is very true. The perspective that I'm coming from is behavioralism, behavioral psychology, and I'm not a psychology expert, so that's a big disclaimer. I'm more of a person who educates. I feel like I qualify as an educator in most capacity, and oftentimes when you try to use and rely solely on negative reinforcement in order to get people to learn and also become independent thinkers of themselves, right? You give some homework and then they go beyond, above and beyond, incentivizing with positive incentive, even if it's extra credits or a form of self-expression or even accolades. Usually accolades is the cheapest form. Video games do that. Hey, here's a badge for having a no death, right? That they exist in Neverwinter. Achievements exist in Neverwinter. It's rarely ever habitually tied to the actual mechanic, the mechanic of the thing, right? The reason why I'm suggesting this is because that's where new players, addressing the new player and returning player problem, where you also get a on the same page of a existing player, like the normal player, as that one person says, the normal player, the end game, right? I'm not an end game player. I don't fulfill this person's requirements. And despite that, I don't particularly think I found anything difficult to read. Now the thing is, how do you address a player not having to explain something because you want to do it, an advanced player or an experienced player, versus a new player who can see that there's potential benefits for constantly executing well, like working consistently again and again to do it well. We wiped like what, 6 times on the second boss, And the very last run, it was like immaculate. But there's also no incentive. Like what I mean is it was great. Everything worked really well. I did the, the call out for the cleanse, and then like it looked really clean. However, there's no incentive to do any more than that. Like the boss doesn't go down faster technically. It doesn't go any faster when you execute something. Like literally in the boss. You can argue, well, the boss will get longer if you're terrible at it. That's the negative reinforcement. That's what I mean by the negative reinforcement. Nearly everything, whenever you like, I would say 90%, whenever you of things you talk about in Neverwinter is from a negative perspective. You are trying to prevent something bad from happening. You are rarely ever rewarded, literally rewarded in a game mechanic sense for doing something really well. Okay, like, someone can say like, nah, that never works in video games. Who would love that stuff? Have you ever seen people play Souls-like games or roguelike games? Like, we can list the most, currently popular types of reward high risk systems. Perfect parries, perfect dodges, right? Just framing, a perfect execution, so perfect input versus latency input, right? Things that are not executed on time versus exactly on time versus frame perfect, right? Like there's plus or minus 3 frames or frame perfect. All of those things are incredibly addictive, and they're so addictive to the point that specifically just those mechanics are sufficient for someone to want to do the same thing over and over and over again. Actually, if I had to emphasize fighting games, when you get a perfect parry, when you like get a perfect counter, Virtual Fighter is around the corner, Virtual Fighter Crossroads. And one of the really wonderful things about Virtual Fighter is the inputs are often not complex. It's incredibly intuitive and it's quick to pick up. Actually, the interview with the RGG studios on it, they're trying to preserve that. All of the inputs are not complex. It is the level of your aptitude. So it's easy to get into, difficult to master. And one of the core essentials of people constantly playing a fighting game, like nothing is actually changing per se in the fighting game. Like, it's not like new mechanics show up or anything like that. It's the timing of the mechanics. It's the reward for being on time, being perfectly on time, being a little early, being a little late. And you're wondering, oh, well, those are fighting games. They're action games. And it's like, well, this is an action game. But if you're saying that can't possibly work when it isn't an action game, because this isn't an action game. Someone could argue MMOs are not an action game. There's like Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur is a turn-based game with an action response window. So in most cases, and that's kind of the idea, like when you think about game mechanics and it's like, oh yeah, this game, it has a perfect parry. It's like, oh, this game, it has a parry. The reason why that is kind of in the thing is because you can get so habitually addicted to the reward of executing a just frame, a just dodge, a perfect parry, that regardless of what the rest of the mechanic of the game has, like how cool it is and all that, it's still in there. I play PSO2 NGS. It's not like swimming in story or it's setting or something like that, but boy howdy, when you like perfect dodge iframe, read the boss, reposition with an attack positioning, and then it repositions perfectly, and then you attack the boss by spatial positioning, right? This is an action MMO, right? Neverwinter is an action MMO. There's less tab targeting, but that still exists. So when you do an attack, there are positional attacks. So there's another way. You have dodges, reposition, parry, counterattack, and iframes. So all 5 of those are habitual to an action game. Like, it's very, very rare to not have one of these 5 things in any form of an action game, despite being turn-based or not. Okay, so we can make an argument for turn-based, but Clair Obscura kind of just threw that out the window because they incorporated a turn-based thing. However, the other things are broadcast. The animations are literally the same. And the camera is fixed. Neverwinter still has a freeform camera, and it has vectors. It has an X and Y vector along the ground. Like, we're not going to even get to Z, you know, like, technically Z vector is the other way, but the Neverwinter doesn't even operate on 3 dimensions when it comes to targeting, right? Whenever there's like a ramp and stuff, things get crazy. Like, it doesn't work really well. But used to have 2 positional things. So being rewarded for doing positioning better is fantastic. Infernal Citadel is my way to refer to that because the panel on the ground is X position. So Neverwinter is part of that, but it's only punishment for all those things. You get punished for the X and Y, so where you are in position, right? X and Y. You get you can circumvent things with the iframe, so that's really satisfying. There are classes that can't do that. Paladins cannot do that. They can't iframe something. They can just block something. You could argue like fighters, right? Fighters can just block something, you know, hit the block right at the time. All of those things, that's one of the nice things about Neverwinter. They do exist. The just dodging, right? The iframing, the dodge rolling, and then maybe pitch perfect blocking, or like you know, you hit tab and then you shift and then you negate. All of that is incredibly satisfying in Neverwinter. It doesn't translate to the mechanics of the boss yet, and I'm really excited if that's where if there's an opportunity for that in NGS, for example, PSO2 NGS, which is another workhorse. There's not like, it's a consistent player base. It's not like it's not growing. It's trying to preserve its player base. So it's slightly 10% above Neverwinter when it comes to like the traffic metrics that I use, and they're about the same. And what they do is that they reward the players to unload. Like, the bosses are multi-phasic. They're 4 to 5 things. They're all screen filling. Everything is screen filling. Like, literally every player gets a big, gigantic target on them nowadays, right? And the idea is, when you successfully do something, when the team successfully do something, there's always windows to punish the boss because you execute it. If you don't execute like the perfect version, you still get to semi-punish the boss. Like, there are still windows, you do it normally, but when you execute that perfect stuff, right, the stuff that goes beyond average, like, hey, all 5 party members successfully done this, the boss goes down, and you get to slap the boss around for like 5%, and then the boss goes back up, right? You can decide when to do that. Those things are incredibly habit forming if they're attached to positive reinforcement. Usually this game isn't. You either get punished more, or you do the thing and it's normal. So every single time when a run fails, it's because someone did something wrong or not good enough. Not how well they did it. Like, the difference between, hey guys, you know, that boss, it was 50 times longer because our execution was terrible, right? So you might be saying, well, wouldn't that just make people lazy? Like, they would be lazy on trying to get the boss done quicker. Are you serious? We're gonna have that argument now? Remember that we were talking about how time, Like most people's concern now, at least in my opinion, the large majority of people who play live service games, they measure their value based on the amount of time that they have. So if you are going to expedite a boss battle by enforcing execution of higher level mechanical movements or iframing or like part of the boss's mechanic, that is one of the greatest incentives right now in live service games. How much time it takes to do something. Not seeing the boss for 300 times. Like, as much as I'm an endurance person, like, for me personally, I do enjoy endurance. Like, I prefer to run for 3 hours than run for 30 minutes really fast. Like, I like the methodical, long, slow burn, in my opinion. Like, when I'm studying a language, I'm not speed running Japanese. I'm deliberately meandering to allow myself to methodically meditate and build a habit. So that's perfectly fine. However, in live service games, the one value that drives, in my opinion, incentivizes engagement, retention, and feeling of value is being able to do a lot of things well and being rewarded by time saved. So in this case, yeah, you could jack up, like, if you're worried your boss health is too low, jack it up. However, when you jack up the HP, incentivize lowering that HP or making that HP go down faster by higher execution. Because then it is a positively motivated thing in order to save time. Which is what Neverwinter, in my opinion, is about. Because that person that was toxic near the end, legitimately toxic, they started shouting, like, they start talking about names and being drugged and like being stupid and moronic because they didn't have the patience to sit there and evaluate that they miscommunicated, in my opinion. They said, hey, there are two spines, and like, okay, so both the players switched out their spine. You didn't say which one to switch. So the two nice players, they're like, oh, okay, I should switch. And then now someone's like, hey guys, now there are no spines. Can one of you switch? And then someone switched, but they both switched again. And then when someone said, okay, this guy switched to spine and this guy switched it, but that guy already swapped, and then the other guy swapped to something different, so it already worked. And then the guy told him, now there's two again. It's because the guy told so impatiently, that person didn't wait to see who actually swapped. And if it's okay, they simply just said it. So that to me is what Neverwinter is incentivizing. They're incentivizing impatience. And most of the mechanics are there to make things longer. If I had to hit a nail on the coffin right now, I'm preaching to the choir. Whether you're a beginner, a new player, a mid-gamer, as they call it now, apparently, a mid-gamer or end-gamer, the one thing that most of, in my opinion, the Neverwinter remaining player base, which kind of includes myself, is time. Anytime something increases the amount of time you need to play this game, redundantly, I'm not saying increase the amount of time played because there's a lot of content, there's a lot of things to play, there's a lot of mobility. That's a different story. That's not what Neverwinter has in spades. Like, production costs, I can see is really tight. All hats off to the developers that have to work on a tight budget and whatnot, or meet a certain deadline because of publisher demands. That's fair. Crunch time, I get it, right? Even the patches feel like they're rushed. So there's that for sure. However, if your design is constantly trying to get a player to play longer by reductively using negative reinforcement, then every single thing you do is negative. Like, oh hey, we decided to lower the currency for The weeklies, okay, that's just a sorry excuse to increase the playtime. It's like, hey, we decide to triple the boss value of the the HP of the boss value because people said the boss was too easy. That's artificially inflating the boss mechanic, like the boss's length. It didn't offer like a higher complexity or difficulty. It's attrition, right? And then and oftentimes this is where miscommunication or like out of touch happens. When someone like someone who designed the boss, they're like, oh, the boss is getting melted. Let me increase the rate of the boss's, like, let me double the boss's HP pool, right? However, this person might not necessarily be concerned with the idea is like, okay, so if you increase the boss's HP pool by 10%, now imagine how much 10% means when you have to run the dungeon 600 times. So when you increase the rate of anything in your dungeon, it is multiplied and amplified by how someone else is dictating how long or how many times you have to run the dungeon. So it might not feel like 5% is a lot to a dungeon for any one run. Take that 5% and multiply by the number of times you have to run the boss. That is how I feel that the developers are being out of touch with the players. The players are playing across multiple runs, multiple times, multiple negative sources of reinforcement. So if you're going to run a dungeon for 600 times and the whole dungeon is predicated on negative reinforcement, then what is the most logical human thing to do is to minimize as much time as possible, because otherwise the only incentive to run a dungeon is to avoid the negative reinforcement on your way to getting the loot. So now that brings up the next thing, which is loot. Loot is so deterministic about how long they want you to play that it is a negative thing. So the two most top complaint is the loot is too rare, right? Because that's the only incentive. It's nothing about the boss mechanics, because the boss mechanics are negative reinforcement. They're consistently negative reinforcement. You are there to execute, otherwise you are punished. So the whole time you play a dungeon is to be punished for being in that dungeon, not for like reward. Like sometimes dungeons can have really spectacular graphics, right? Fun stories or set pieces and fun little interactions. Those are rewards too. However, the dungeons are kind of void of that now. Like there's no like funny hallway with a funny gimmick where chickens dance around or something to reward the player for being in the dungeon. Today, the dungeon that we played today, right? Like Jodenskar, it doesn't look that great. It's 3 corridors attached to 3 arenas. Mechanically, it was incredibly satisfying. I think the mechanics are really wonderful. It built up and it's nice. The music was fantastic. But there's no like sensory, like music was great. So that's a good sensory thing. Visually, it can be a sensory thing to reward someone to want to be in the dungeon. The alternative is to make your mechanics rewarding in itself for doing excellent, mediocre, and punished for being bad, right? Because like someone could argue that never works. Like how could a game not have good graphics, not good music, no like mediocre music, mediocre graphics, mediocre like fidelity of your characters, mediocre response time, and still be addictive? I don't think someone has to go too far to imagine what that game looks like. Cookie clicker. How about a clicker game? Do you think that do you think it has all of those things? You're clicking on the same image over and over again. In fact, there's another game where it's a simulator and it's about selling products, and all it is a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet has different numbers, and you just keep clicking and getting more assignments and juggling more tasks, and everything is done text-based with a couple of like A6 related stuff. This game was phenomenal. Basically, you're staring at text, and there's no incentive for like HD graphics and things like that. It's really about the reward for actions done and reward for actions done well versus the punishment for actions done mediocre and the actions and heavy punishment for the actions done poorly, right? Not you either execute and you get the normal experience or you get punished. So the whole time you basically just spend the whole time avoiding something bad from happening. So anytime you fail a boss is who punished everyone. That's it. That in my opinion is that's one of the biggest drivers for why whenever someone has to say, oh, I have to run this dungeon 600 times, man, I have to run this 600 times. And in those 600 times, I hope that I can avoid punishment by being with bad players or being tired myself or making bad moves myself. That is the incentive. And that is not a fun factor. That is a pressure factor. It is a negative reinforcement factor. The whole idea is when you think about the fun dungeons, right? There are fun dungeons historically in Cryptic's thing. There are dungeons that people like to play because the mechanics reward the player for doing it well. Less punishing if you do it okay, so you can get by, and then brutally punished when you're just like not paying attention at all. It is looking forward to playing the mechanics of the dungeon. Right now, my favorite part is that now I'm a little biased, so I gravitate on positive reinforcement. When someone asks me, how do I become less depressed? How do I stop being addicted to doom scrolling? How do I develop a routine in order to study a language like an hour every single day? Positive reinforcement. It's the highest effort and most difficult source to find. But hear me out. It's high effort, hard to find. If you can nail it, right? It's a habit for life. That's how the initial game, that's how a live service game first hooks a player and develops a cult following or even a smash hit. The core of their mechanics created positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is the cheap stuff, in my opinion. It's the cheap stuff that is very easily accessible and it's chronic online. FOMO is cheap, right? It's easy to produce. It's cost effective. It takes less time. FOMO. That to me, when someone has to use FOMO, like a developer, as respectful as I can, because there are places where negative reinforcement may be useful, I suppose. Like when someone needs to quit a life-threatening habit, negative reinforcement is probably what you're probably left with that. And so I can, outside of cherry picking, we can say that in most cases, positive reinforcement is the thing that gets noted about a game. Why is Souls-like games, for example, see someone like fail and die 100 times over, and yet they come back for more? Because in its mechanical loop, there's a positive reinforcement to take risks and do well, right? It is incredibly addictive to do well, not average, not like mediocre, well. And then mediocre is sufficient. So there are times where, okay, I could have done it better, but at least it's not a negative experience. In Neverwinter, when you wipe, it's always a negative experience. Like 99% of the time is a negative experience. Now, I'm going to lower that percentage a little bit down for today's thing. It was like a 90% chance because the tank was very encouraging. I was new and we communicated. I took the time to communicate. And the other two, they were like trying to find their own way. You could see their movements changing, and then someone was typing voluntarily. That is that is the source of positive reinforcement in Neverwinter. It's player based. Players have the agency to create positive reinforcement. Now, is that because the game, in my opinion, the game developer or the publisher cultivated the player? No, I disagree. I completely disagree that the development of the game and the game desire, like the game design, is what encouraged such people to exist in a game. I actually would give the credit to those players. So the wizard and the warlock and the, I only remember Slim, the name of the tank, because they talked the most and they were very encouraging. You remember the players because the structure of Neverwinter does not encourage that. If it did, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Like, because if it did in day one, you wouldn't have a complete laundry wall of narcissistic what about me, what about us, and just get good mentality over like 10 years of cultivation. If you want to see a contrast in types of design, you can look to like certain language learning models. Their community, right? Like when you look at the community, there are far more people in those communities than Neverwinter Online. And thus more than 50% of them encourage each other. Even when they fail, like, oh, you had a bad day, don't worry about it. I did this, maybe this can help. That is what it feels like when the design language and the community are working together. In Neverwinter, the developer, what they design, in my opinion, more than half the time, more than 50% of the time, the thing the developer creates as Cryptic, and I'm specifically talking about Cryptic right now because I'm being a bit critical. Cryptic's design is the reason why there is animosity in the player base. Like, it is their design that sparks controversy between the player base. Like, more often than not, so more than 50% of the time, when they introduce new content, it creates conflicts of interest between the player base. That to me has been happening ever since the beginning, in my opinion. Like, maybe we can excuse the honeymoon period for the first 6 months, because like those first 6 months, that was euphoric, in my opinion. It was like a second coming of World of Warcraft, even possibly. You know, I was sitting in PE and I was literally just talking to 4 players. Like, we just sit in a party chat and we converse over like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. I forgot which one we used before. I think it was TeamSpeak. Ventrilo is like a little bit earlier, much earlier. World of Warcraft and earlier, right? So we were in TeamSpeak, and you just chat and you do things because that was the honeymoon period. But then after, it's like the cynicism just keeps on pouring. Like, hey, did you get the rare loot? It's like, I didn't get the rare loot. I'm unlucky. It's only and it's not even people who get lucky anymore. It's people who are less unlucky. Like, that sounds like a double negative, but when you play this game and you look at the loot, there's no transparency in loot drop rates and whatnot, so no one can determine if they're lucky, right? There's no transparency. Like, the developer doesn't disclose. They give you, I already criticized this, they advertise on this new module where, oh, hey, look at all our loot, and there's no transparency in drop rate, so to me, it's irrelevant if that loot exists if you can't get it, or if you're unlikely to get it. And because there's no transparency, anyone can guess if they got lucky or not. It's a constant guessing game. And that, to me, is a developer's decision, not a player-based decision. The developer decided to obfuscate the drop rate, and then the community manager, like Kyrie, would say like, oh, you know, I'm just passing along information, or they believe it, I'm passing on the information. We believe the drop rate is fair. This is 10 times the more than we increased it 10 times more than the test beta, you know, like the when you test before a module release, but there's no numbers. Like you can't tell. And then when the player base determines like, dude, the drop rate really sucks. Like it still sucks. You say 10x, but we don't see 10x. Like how does the math work? And rarely does it ever get any more than that. So then when someone argues, hey, the drop rates are too low, someone luckier than that person will say, well, I did 100 runs. I got what I needed. Like, but you don't know if that person is lucky. What you often hear is that person got less unlucky. As in 100 runs sound like that person got normal. That is the normal, expected, ideal experience that the developer is pushing. And yet, more than 50% of the player base get less unlucky, like get more unlucky. So it always feels like it's average and everybody's below because there's no point of reference. I talked about this during Hansa Hero, right? When you're doing comparative analyses, you need a point of reference. What's the control? There's no data. There's no transparency on what the control is or the expected control for Cryptic's thing. And in fact, I almost feel like that is a deliberate and intentional withholding of information that creates cynicism and division and conflict of interest on the player base. Like anytime new content comes out, it creates more strife, not against the developer unanimously, against the player base. So if you want a testament to what I'm saying about negative reinforcement, generally speaking, I don't think Cryptic has an overall success rate where when they release content, it doesn't create strife among its player base. And when the game is left to lull, like, you know, just left to do nothing, less people actually fight. I would argue when the lull period sets, most people are on the same page. They might all dislike Cryptic for being like lazy and not but they're typically on the same page because time passed, right? Like for example, right now a hot topic is reverting of gear, like Masters Soul Harvest stuff and like the old gear, right? Old gear was it lulled out, as in there was enough that everyone agreed on something. And then Cryptic decide, hey, let's go change that. And they create division. And then immediately that change created people like, oh, you know, the gear was being abused anyways. Versus, we need that gear because we're tank players and, you know, tank versus DPS argument. That's what I mean, in my opinion, of Cryptic's patching design, mechanical design, and reward design. It is trying to reach an ideal payout or how unlucky you get. It's never you get luckier or you get rewarded for doing better and constantly incentivizing to add more. It's subtracting, constantly subtracting. So when you're constantly subtracting and you're expecting players to play more, right? You want player time to go up, then that time becomes less and less valuable, consistently less valuable. If you're playing a dungeon that's filled with negative reinforcement, all your time is less valuable because the whole goal is to prevent a negative experience from happening, not a positive experience from happening, like getting the loot. Not even the loot is a positive experience anymore. And that plays into the recent Discord thread of a returning player and says the game is surprisingly unrewarding even for new/returning player because you only get negative reinforcement. You have to get super lucky to even have a source of positive reinforcement. So that's kind of where I want to end with this. I have one more week of coverage, so next week we'll see how it leads up to Jodenscar, right? I saw the 3 bosses. It's really cool. Like the first boss showed up in the third boss, like the big Ramahas, or I forgot what they're called, but those little like centipede looking like snake key things. It showed up in the final boss. I don't know if the second boss showed up. I don't think the second boss showed up because they were another giant, but it was really neat. I really liked it. We're gonna try to do one more run maybe on the 5th week and celebrate, because I think it's great. It's fun, and I have to reiterate, despite being really critical, right? I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings or they have counter arguments and whatnot. I welcome them. Like, feel free to express your opinions and then make a cogent argument or some what have you, right? The idea is I do believe in a win-win situation. I'm not looking for a win-lose situation or a lose-lose situation. And oftentimes it feels like it's a lose-lose situation or a lose and lose even harder situation. That's what it feels like in this game. Every time they come up with new gear is all the gear you get FOMO from. All the gear that you miss a window from. There's not enough player base, so when you miss the window of a module, then getting it would be nearly impossible. And then there's no quality of life increase for lowering the requirements to get gear from a previous campaign. All these things flow into one theme. Neverwinter is a bag of negative reinforcements. And the way Cryptic, at least in my opinion, or the publisher, Art Games, the way they think is to design people to retain players and keep them playing is through FOMO, and which is a form of negative reinforcement. That is the consistent way that Neverwinter keeps, is like Paige said, good to see that it's still alive. Yeah, it's still alive by negative reinforcement. FOMO, over investment of time that you can no longer get back, right? Legacy, as in you played this game so long, you don't want to give it up, right? Comfort, all of that is losing the comfort. Losing the comfort is the negative reinforcement. The fear of losing the comfort. The fear of the game changing completely from the way you like it. The fear, most of these things come from fear. At least any sort of negative reinforcement. Like, I want to feel powerful. I don't want that be taken from me. So the gear gets changed and that power could be taken from you. New gear is the new power. So that's the incentive. So missing getting your old gear, fearing that your old gear becomes less relevant for the new gear, is negative reinforcement, right? You get new gear because your old gear no longer is useful anymore. That's the perspective of most of the players. For me, when I play something like even a gacha game, right? Neverwinter is not a gacha game, although it has a loot box, right? That's a form of chance. Despite them writing the probabilities and all that. A gacha game, when you get a character, it's added to your roster. And yes, gacha games still have to contend with power creep, right? That's one of the banes of live servers. This game legitimately is designed to power creep. It is designed to replace your gear. At least in gacha games, for example, you are collecting something. So when you invest in collecting someone, that person is permanently in your utility. And you can still continue to use that character over time. So it is building horizontally. Despite some power creep, which is often kept to a minimum by introducing mechanical uniqueness and use cases. So lots of live service games introduce new over and over again, new subsystems that do not overlap with existing subsystems in order to collect things so they don't overlap. So you look forward to the next content because it's not going to circumvent the FOMO and the negativity that comes with losing something that already exists. So Neverwinter, I'll echo someone that is far more influential, I would say, or even works directly with Cryptic as a content creator. The direction of this game hasn't really changed. However, the double downing on the direction that they have is creating a live service problem. cycling gear, cycling and constantly feeding on negative emotion and becoming constantly the fear of becoming irrelevant and all the stuff that you've done, constantly churning in irrelevancy, like the next mod will make certain things irrelevant again and again and again. That is going to play a game out of fear, only that when you get lucky is to prevent yourself from losing something or missing out on something. That is horrifying. And if you're wondering, then hey Maku, you play this game for over getting close to 12 years. It's closing in on 12 years because next month is 12 years. Like, don't you feel most of this? I don't play the game for that for a while now. Like, the thing that is fear inducing, I actually circumvent it. I replace it with something else. I substitute. So like, if you're looking at my character, right? There isn't even anything from the last 3 mods. Yeah, there's nothing on this character from the last 3 mods. Maybe this thing? No. Like, I didn't do Soul Harvest. Actually, if you want to go even closer, here is even less. This is even further back. The average module was 3 to 4 modules ago. So, no, I don't necessarily experience that. But yes, I understand it. I can empathize with the idea of working really hard to get these things and it gets phased out. Because that is the nature of how Cryptic designs conflicts of interest and predicate on thinking that negative reinforcement is the best form of reinforcement for habits. As in playing your game. The habit is playing your game, right? The best reinforcement, in my opinion, that Cryptic, arguably, debatably, one of the top 3. Let's say the top 3 reasons why Cryptic still Cryptic had a dedicated following, they still play to this day, is the combat system, right? One of the things that often comes up in the top 3 to 5 that hooks a player is the combat system. And the combat system is predicated on action reward. As in, you can play really well, you can play really mediocre, but if you play mediocre, it's still kind of good enough, and you play really poorly, but you're often trying to incentivize the mechanics, the core mechanics of the action part is trying to incentivize better play. Like, you get rewarded for dealing more damage or working smoother. It feels good to play. The dungeons don't follow the same thing. The dungeon legitimately continue to feel awful to play. Or like you're trying your best to not have an awful experience. That's not the same as having a challenging, fun experience. It's punishment because you're trying your best not to be punished. And then you put an icing on the cake by dropping the drop rate down to non-existent. So now you spend like hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to get a drop rate that only leaves you sour. That is the story of the current module. It's, in my opinion, it was the story of the last 3 modules. Whoever leadership it was, or maybe decision making, it's kind of a perfect storm at the moment. And now, like, there was an advertisement that an old leader and old recruitments of other older developers are coming back as a form of new leadership. We'll see what they do. In my opinion, if the idea is to triple down on using negative reinforcement and increasing player time, then players will naturally decrease time, not increase time, as a form of resistance. So you would continue to escalate how efficient the players can get. Like, legitimately, the first thing you do when you have a new module is to find the most efficient route to minimize the negative unfun of your value of your time. I had a blast, by the way. So today in the dungeon, I had a blast playing the dungeon. It's a shame I couldn't do it last week right? And I actually don't expect to do it next week, largely because the vast majority of people will see the dungeon as a pain in the butt to get to the reward because they've already done it hundreds of times, and it's simply a test of endurance, not a test of like rest, excitement, fun. Like, it's not that. It's how much pain can you endure. And I think that is archaic. It's incredibly archaic. It's something that works really well, and it still works to this day, right? Like, you still have other games, like subscription-based games. You have to make your money's worth. That's endurance based on money's worth, right? To me, there are arguably better ways than that. Making the effort to establish a positive reinforcement on top of what already exists. The combat is a positive reinforcement, in my opinion. It's not sufficient to hold Neverwinter up and grow its audience. It's enough to mitigate the attrition that's happening in the community. So anyways, I wanted to leave on a more neutral note. I had a blast today. There's nothing more satisfying, in my opinion, than running the dungeon and seeing the stuff. Looking at the end of the treasure, like, I have no frame of reference to be sour about gear, because like I didn't even look at the gear. I basically re-rolled until the gear is not red, and then I accept it. And then I'll look at it maybe like sometime later, right? Like, we can look at it now. Like, I got a gear that doesn't, it's a weapon. I'm never going to use it because it's a bard class. I mean, I could give it to my bard character, but the chances of me running multiple times is so low already, I wouldn't get to that. And then I got this piece, which is for my tank. And that's it. Like, that's how brief it is. It's like, this is a mediocre mod, by the way, because it deals with seconds in combat. I get it. Dungeons are pretty much boss rushes at this point, right? So that can be neat if I get a chance to run the dungeon, which is not guaranteed. And then you have a weapon of like so many weapons, and those weapons are going to be irrelevant to you, because another notorious thing about Cryptic is playing multiple characters are heavily tiered and specifically selectively done in a way that is a hazard to one's health. Like, playing multiple characters is incredibly at the victim of whoever designs the drop rates, because you don't go halfsies, like, hey, you can have some of these equipment go to your other characters. No, it's all or none in this case. At this point, you either commit to the idea that you have a lot of loot, make all the loots communicatable, you know, like exchangeable between your characters, so players could be at least look forward to using the stuff, or you just sit in the back. Like, I don't even get rid of equipment. Look at all this, like one here, one here, one here, one here. Like, I just increase my bag size. I don't really discard things. So there's so many things that are everywhere in this bag. Like, look at all these boxes that are obfuscating value. Like, look at all these boxes. I don't even open them anymore. Like, these are all the different passes, all the different rewards. Like, there's so many of these boxes. They don't do anything. Like, you just have a bunch of bags and all that. Like, you play, you get these things, and they just sit in your bag because they're not complete. It's either all or none for like hundreds of hours or not. Like, so basically I just keep increasing my character size and my bag size, and we just dump characters. Like, I have characters where there are like 40 companions, the same companions. Like, there are 3 characters that have like 15 of the same companions just stacked on each other due to an event, because that's all you can do. So like 20 plus characters right now, and each of the characters have a specific storage space because they contain something that's so redundant and irrelevant that you have so many of them, and I can't even be bothered to discard them. Like, I have so many companions, and so like other gears, like heavy redundant things, like, oh yeah, I'll just toss it over here and that's it. Happens. I'm telling you. All right. On that note, today was a blast. Maybe next week we'll send the biting cold module off with a positive note. Maybe we'll squeeze in another Jotun Scar run. I'm not doing a Masters run, obviously. Like, the idea of even trying to sit here and look at a Masters run, like, since I've been talking, right? I can tell you how many people look for a Jotun Scar. One? No. Oh, it's that same guy, actually. That same guy is looking for another run. One advance Jotun Scar in 1.5 hours. Wait, let me do this math properly. Yes, 1.5 hours. One Jotun Scar. So, and it's an advanced Jotun Scar, let alone a Masters one. So, and also Masters are typically arranged in alliances and guilds, so I can't even do that really. I don't have an investment in people like excuse me, obviously I'm no better or worse than the people who play Neverwinter, because I play Neverwinter too. I feel like to be a little bit empathetic, it would require me to invest in a game in which I don't think the developers can reciprocate the investment. So not reflecting or taking a dig at the people who play this game, who like invest a lot of time in guilds and alliances and then curating their team to like slap and spank all of the developers' designs. I prefer my MMO experience to actually be MMO, as in just randomly pick up people and go, right? Like play serendipitously, not curated to expect the same player experience. And it was fun looking at how the players adapt, like all the players in the dungeon over time, right? That's cool. I'm probably never going to cross paths with those 3 players again, or 4, especially the 4th one. That last guy, really toxic. So probably not going to cross paths with them again. And that's kind of the experience that I enjoy. Serendipitous adventuring, right? When you go on an adventure, you cross paths, right? Yes, certainly you can bring a party with you and create great bonds and whatnot, and you can stay with a consistent same party member that is in the D&D spirit, right? Bring a party member, so that's good for those who like it. Nowadays, I'm more of a Geralt, where you serendipitously meet up with party members, and those party members are temporary, right? Then you move on into the next one, and then you form a new party. That is kind of the experience that I look for. So that is to make a disclaimer. Whoever says like, oh, well, that's part of MMOs. You form close-knit groups and you stay with them. I get it. So hopefully they continue to do that. So no dig at those people. Personally, for me, I like meeting new people. I like going on an adventure that deals with seeing and interacting with new people over and over again. It would be great if I had a party with me to do these things. I don't think I'm invested enough in Neverwinter to do that. So that's perfectly on me. I in no way, at least I don't sound like I'm complaining about something. I absolutely love today's experience. Would it have been great if it was the same 4 players I usually play every new content with? Probably, yeah. Like, is it available? No, it's not available. So I like to be happy with more than just that. So it's not that I can't appreciate having 4 best buds to get on and like rip the developer a new one on their design and then go on a forum and say, hey, this game is too easy. That would be fun to do. I don't have that. I have this. As some people are referring to it now, I'm a mid gamer. The mid group. The people that they can't complete masters because the end gamers think that the mid gamers are just bad players. They're just players that aren't good enough, right? So that is a very different take. There are players that choose not to do it, at least in my opinion. So if I had to rebuttal, I'm a player who choose not to invest hundreds and thousands of hours giving myself a pat on the back because the developer decided, hey, we're just going to be complacent and splinter you guys some more. Make it even harder to have a master's experience without relying on a master class in nepotism. That is at least in my opinion. Nepotism is great when it works for you. I do not belong to a nepotistic group, so I don't feel the general togetherness that we have. You know, like, I don't have a village to gatekeep, right? So then I frolic and have adventures. I visit different villages. And that's probably where the metaphor is. So if you like that metaphor, this game is probably not for you. And I can still say that with a smile because I don't think I put my chips in that category. I like playing this game for today. Today was a great example. The last 2 hours or so. That's why I play Neverwinter. If you like the other type of content where you watch someone run with their best like pals and bros 100 times over the same dungeon, go for it. I can't provide that. So next week it's not going to be a master's run. Last module, someone literally just came by to talk about masters, and I'm like, all right, great. And then the module before that, again, a person comes by and they talk about their master experience, and then it's like, oh, do you want to run through it? I can get a group or something like that. It's like, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, hey, let's queue up, see what happens. In fact, it was great of that other person, like 2 modules and 1 module go to volunteers, like, oh, I'll join. That's great. I like that part. I like when someone says they're not too good for advance, or they're not too good, or like they're worried, like, oh man, I don't want to do this because it's going to take longer. That is the type of sentiment that I get all the time. Like, oh, well, let's just get some players that do it right and quick, because I don't want to really be playing this dungeon with like a bunch of newbies and then constantly like looking for group experience only, please. I don't want to wipe more than once. That type of thing. Negative reinforcement. And I'm actually not really blaming the player base anymore, because it's been close to 12 years. 12 years to change, in my opinion. 12 years to decide not to use or try to build something that isn't negative reinforcement. The person that joined last in this run was the most sour point in the run. And they literally said, hey, you guys are so dumb. I'm surprised you even, no wonder you got here. It took you so long to get here. You can't even follow simple instructions. That is the type of nepotism that I think about when it comes to Neverwinter. And it's not necessarily that guy. I don't think that guy is like I think it's cherry picked. Like, that guy is simply a bad actor. Possibly. That doesn't mean Cryptic did anything about it. Make it more positive reinforcing. I don't think many of the designs that Cryptic has done was predicated on promoting and raising the community as a whole. They promoted rarity. There are people who have, and there are people who have not. There are people who are lucky and people who are not. There are established people who are consistently lucky, quote unquote lucky, because they have higher opportunities, and there are consistent people who don't. Nepotistic. It is incredibly nepotistic. I tried that for a bit. Vault of the Star Hardcore was the last time I attempted to partake and participate in nepotistic behavior. And what happened? That group, including the guilds, like guild little drama, splintered. It splintered everything. And it was a design choice that Cryptic made, in my opinion. So, cue the maybe it will change, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Perhaps the new leadership that was made, the old leadership made new, may change something. I'll still continue to cover the next module for 5 weeks, because I don't expect it ever to change beyond 4 weeks, actually. So, not anytime soon. So next week will be our final. I'm kind of doing a wrap up here because I got to do Jotun Scar today. It's not guaranteed that week 5 will be more exciting than this. It's usually on the very unlikely case. So with that said, if you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did when I was elated about writing a dungeon. I got a visit from someone who talked about it, right? Someone who's been playing for 10 years. That's awesome. I haven't... We could have nerded out for all the 10 years, right? Anyways, so until then, you're more than welcome to follow along. Or pick it up for yourself. Maybe you have a different take. Maybe new players will find this very different take from me because I'm not a new player. It would be fun to hear, or it would be very enlightening and educational to hear from someone else. Usually new players go to the Discord and they post like a long laundry list of how it feels unrewarding to play this game. Hopefully, maybe that dialogue changes, perhaps not. Until next time, play responsibly, right? Use your time responsibly. Do what you want to do, right? You're more than entitled to your own opinions and the way you choose to use your time and value your things. Until next time, I'll see you guys on the last week, 1 week from now, right? So thank you. Take care. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.